The storm raged above, lightning cutting jagged scars across the night sky. In a quiet corner of the world, an old storyteller sat by a crackling fire, his voice carrying the weight of countless years. "They say the underworld isn't a place," he began, his tone as soft as the embers glowing before him. "It's a feeling, a shadow that lingers just beyond what we can see, where the answers to life's most feared questions wait." His audience leaned closer, their faces lit by the golden light of the fire, their curiosity thicker than the dark woods around them. He looked up, his eyes catching theirs, and continued. "In every culture, the underworld whispers to us. It's the land of the unknown, where souls go and stories are born. To some, it's a place of torment, to others, it's a gateway to something greater. And for many, it's simply a mystery too terrifying to face." In ancient Greece, they believed that the underworld lay beneath the earth. The storyteller paused, his voice lowering as if he could hear the shuffle of Charon's oars slicing through the sticks. "The ferryman waits for his payment, a single coin placed beneath the tongue of the dead. But without it, the soul roams aimlessly along the riverbanks, lost and forgotten." A child shuddered at the thought, pulling a blanket tighter around their small shoulders. The old man gave a knowing nod. "It's not just Greece. Across the seas, in Egypt, they believed in a place where the dead's heart was weighed against a feather. Can you imagine standing there, your life reduced to a single moment of judgment?" He held up his hand, mimicking the trembling weight of a heart that might tip the scales. "The stakes were high," he whispered. "Fail, and Amit would devour you, body and soul. Pass, and you'd find peace. But what a terrifying thing to wonder, would your life be worthy?" The fire hissed, sending a spray of sparks into the night air. It was as though the stories themselves were alive, refusing to stay contained in the quiet of the clearing. Far to the north, the Norse spoke of hell, a cold, misty place where the dead wandered. Hell wasn't a fiery pit or a paradise. It was gray. Endless. Imagine the silence, broken only by the soft crunch of frost beneath your feet. The worst thing about it wasn't the cold or the emptiness. It was the knowledge that you were forgotten by the world of the living. A gasp escaped from one listener, their face pale in the firelight. The storyteller paused, letting the weight of that idea settle. Then, with a sharp flick of his hand, he shifted the story to another place. The Aztecs believed their dead traveled through 9 layers of challenges to reach Mictlan, the place of rest. Imagine the pain of reliving the struggles of your life, layer by layer, before you could find peace. That's what they faced. And in the Mayan lands, the underworld was filled with cruel gods and dark trials. They called it Zabalba, the place of fear. Even the bravest warriors hesitated before its gates. The fire dimmed for a moment, the shadows around them stretching like long, reaching hands. But do you think fear is all there is to the underworld? In the Maori stories, there's Hainui Te-Ipa, the goddess who stands at the edge of the night. She wasn't cruel, but she wasn't soft either. She watches over the spirits, guiding them, but her silence is heavy. It's the kind of silence that makes you question everything you thought you knew about what comes next. The crackle of the fire seemed louder, as if the spirits of the stories were pressing closer to listen. In China, the underworld wasn't a single place. It was a system, run by judges, each deciding the fate of a soul. The wrongs of your life would chase you, dragging you through a cycle of pain until you learned. And in Japan, the land of Yomi awaited, dark, unchanging, and final. Once you ate its food, there was no coming back. A chill ran through the group, though the fire burned as hot as ever. Everywhere you look, people have stories like these. Why? Because we're all scared. Scared of what happens when we close our eyes for the last time. Scared of the darkness that might be waiting. He leaned forward, his voice dropping to a whisper that made even the crickets stop their song. But here's the thing. The underworld isn't just a place of fear. It's where heroes find their courage. It's where the weak become strong, and the selfish learn humility. It's the ultimate test of who you are. The storyteller's voice grew soft, his eyes flickering with something almost sad. In the end, the underworld isn't about death. It's about the choices we make while we're alive. The kind of stories we leave behind. He let the silence linger, heavy and meaningful, before his lips curved into the faintest of smiles. And now, I ask you, if you stood at those gates, what would your story say about you? The boy knelt beside his father's grave, the earth still fresh and dark. The rain poured, soaking his clothes, but he didn't move. His small hands clutched the wooden carving his father had given him, a tiny figure of a bird with its wings outstretched. He whispered something only the dead could hear. It was the kind of moment that makes time stop, the kind that burns itself into memory like a scar. In the shadows beyond the boy, the villagers spoke in hushed tones. "He'll come back," one of them said, "but not the way he left." Another shook her head, clutching a bundle of herbs. "Don't say that. His spirit must cross safely, or he'll linger here." Death was never just an ending. It was a door. And every culture, every heart, seemed to know this truth even when no one dared to speak it aloud. In ancient Egypt, death was a voyage, a crossing through fire and judgment. Osiris waited on his throne, his green skin a reminder of life's renewal, but his eyes held no mercy. The heart of the dead would be placed on one side of the scale, a feather of truth on the other. If the heart was heavy with lies or cruelty, it would be fed to Ammit, the devourer. The soul would vanish forever, erased from existence. But if the scales balanced, the soul would walk through golden fields, where the sun never set. The villagers in Egypt must have looked at the stars and wondered, would their hearts betray them in the end? Did they carry secrets so heavy that no amount of prayers or offerings could lift them? Across the deserts and rivers, the Greeks imagined a different kind of test. The dead had to drink from the river Lethe, a water that erased every memory of their past life. Some said it was a gift, a way to ease the pain of loss and regret. Others whispered that it was a curse, wiping away all that made a soul human. The ferryman Charon waited at the riverbank, his bony hand stretched out for payment. No coin, no passage. And for those left behind, the fear wasn't just death, it was being forgotten, trapped in a place where no one called your name. But not all stories of death were about punishment. In the frozen lands of the Norse, death was honor and glory. Warriors who died with weapons in hand were taken to Valhalla, where they feasted and fought until the end of time. But those who died in fear or weakness, they were sent to hell, a place so cold it burned. The gods of the Norse did not pretend to be kind. Death, to them, was war. It was sharp edges and spilled blood. Yet even in their harshness, there was a strange comfort, the belief that death had meaning, that it could be faced with pride instead of terror. Farther south, the Aztecs saw death as a cycle, a wheel that never stopped turning. Warriors killed in battle and women who died in childbirth were honored, their spirits becoming guides for the living. But others had to pass through Mictlan, the 9 layers of the underworld. Each layer demanded something, their strength, their courage, their will to go on. Only by reaching the final layer could their souls rest. There were no shortcuts, no easy paths. The Aztecs understood what so many tried to forget: death was not gentle. It stripped you down, tested you, made you earn your peace. But perhaps the most haunting stories came from Japan, where Yomi waited for the dead. It was not a place of fire or ice, but of shadows and silence. Once a soul entered Yomi, there was no escape. Even the gods were not spared. They told the story of Izanami, the goddess who died giving birth. Her husband, Izanagi, refused to let her go. He descended into Yomi to bring her back, but when he saw what death had done to her, her rotting flesh, her hollow eyes, he fled in terror. She chased him, furious, but the gates of Yomi closed behind him, trapping her forever. Her rage filled the air, and her grief bled into the earth. It was a story that left listeners with a shiver running down their spines, a reminder that some doors, once opened, can never be shut. Even in places where death was feared, it was also worshipped. The Hindus believed that Yama, the god of death, watched over the souls who crossed into the next life. But death was not the end, it was only a stop along the way. Rebirth waited, a chance to fix the mistakes of the past, or to repeat them. And in the stories told by tribes far from the great cities, death was not a punishment but a return. The Native Americans spoke of spirits walking alongside the living, guiding them. Death was not separation, it was transformation. Yet no matter where the stories came from, one thing never changed. Death demanded respect. It was not something to be mocked or taken lightly. The living built altars, burned incense, and carved symbols into stone because they knew, whether the afterlife was filled with fire or endless darkness, whether it brought judgment or peace, it was bigger than anything they could control. The boy by the grave lifted his head, his tears mixing with the rain. He pressed the wooden bird against his chest and whispered again, this time louder. The villagers watched, their breaths held tight, as if expecting the earth to stir, the sky to crack open, or the dead to answer. And maybe, just maybe, they weren't wrong to expect it. The old man stood at the edge of the forest, his lantern barely holding back the weight of the night. The trees loomed, twisted and gnarled, their branches like claws against the sky. He stepped forward, and the ground groaned under his feet. No one followed him. No one dared. They had whispered warnings about paths that led nowhere, about voices that called from the shadows. But he had no choice. His daughter's soul was lost, and he would find her, even if it meant stepping into the mouth of the underworld itself. The air thickened as he moved, his breath turning shallow. Roots coiled like serpents across the path, and the lantern flickered. The stories he had heard as a boy came rushing back. He remembered the ferryman who waited by the river, the one who demanded payment in coin or blood. He remembered the gates of iron that groaned when they opened, and the endless stairs that sank into the earth. In Greece, they said the journey began at the mouth of a cave, a crack in the earth where the living could not follow. The river Styx flowed there, black and endless. Souls waited along its banks, some crying out for mercy, others silent and hollow-eyed. Charon stood in his boat, his shadow stretching long over the water. Those who could not pay were left behind, wandering the shores forever. But the river was only the beginning. Beyond it lay the fields of asphodel, a pale and endless plain where ordinary souls drifted without purpose. It was neither torment nor peace, just an emptiness that stretched farther than sight. And deeper still were the Elysian fields, where heroes walked in golden sunlight. Yet even they could not leave. No matter how beautiful, it was still a prison. The old man stumbled, his foot catching on a stone. He knelt, shaking, and gripped the lantern tighter. The path was closing in now, the trees pressing closer. Somewhere ahead, water whispered, slow and steady. He had reached the river. But this was no ordinary river. Its surface was like glass, reflecting nothing, and its current moved as if it were alive. He thought of the Egyptians and their rivers, the waters that led to the Hall of Judgment. Anubis would be waiting there, weighing hearts against a feather. The unworthy would be devoured, swallowed whole by the beast Ammit. But even the worthy faced trials. They had to speak the names of every gatekeeper, answer riddles, and prove they were pure before they could pass. The old man hesitated. He had no coins, no prayers, only the desperation that burned in his chest. He stepped into the water, and it was colder than ice. He remembered the Aztecs then, how their dead faced 9 layers of terror before they could rest. There was the river of blood, where jaguars hunted souls. There was the wind that stripped flesh from bone. There were mountains that crushed the weak. And all the while, the gods watched, silent and unfeeling. The current pulled at him, dragging him deeper. The lantern flickered again, then died. Darkness swallowed everything. For a moment, he thought of turning back. But then he heard it, the faintest sound of a girl's laughter. His daughter's voice. He pushed forward, and the ground rose beneath his feet. When he stepped out of the water, he found himself standing before a gate. It was taller than any tree, made of black stone and carved with faces twisted in agony. He placed his hand against it, and it was warm, as if it were alive. The Norse told of such gates, the entrance to hell. They said it was guarded by a woman with half her face beautiful and half rotting. She smiled at the living, but her eyes were cold. Beyond her, the road twisted and turned, lined with shadows that whispered secrets. And at the end of it, there was a hall where the dead feasted, their laughter echoing like thunder. The old man pressed harder, and the gate creaked. It opened slowly, revealing stairs that spiraled down into the earth. He thought of Yomi, the Japanese land of the dead, where the descent was endless and the air was thick with decay. Once inside, even the gods could not return unchanged. He took the first step. The walls seemed to close in around him, and the air grew heavier. He thought of the Mesopotamians and their stories of Irkalla, a land where the dead ate clay and drank dirty water. To enter, one had to pass through 7 gates, leaving behind clothing, jewelry, and pride until there was nothing left but the soul. The stairs twisted downward, and the voices grew louder. They called out names, some he recognized, others he didn't. The Greeks had spoken of this too, of souls crying for release and shadows that lingered near the living, unable to let go. He reached the bottom, and the air was still. He saw a vast field, empty except for the figures that drifted like smoke. He walked among them, searching for the face he knew. But the shadows clung to him, whispering secrets he didn't want to hear. In the distance, a river glowed red, and the ground trembled as if something stirred beneath it. He thought of Hades and Tartarus, of places where the wicked were bound in chains, tormented by fire and ice. He thought of Sisyphus, doomed to push his boulder forever, and Tantalus, who stood in water he could never drink. The lantern in his hand flared to life again, casting shadows that danced across the ground. He saw her then, his daughter, standing at the edge of the field, her eyes wide with fear. He called out, but she didn't move. Somewhere behind him, the ground groaned, and the whispers grew louder. He took another step, and the shadows pressed closer. He could feel their hunger, their loneliness. He reached out, his fingers brushing her hand. But before he could pull her to safety, the earth trembled again. The gate above them began to close, and he knew the way out was disappearing. The ground trembled as the man approached the gate. It wasn't the kind of trembling caused by earthquakes or storms, it was alive, like something enormous shifting beneath the surface. His torch sputtered, throwing twisted shadows across the stone archway. Eyes watched him from the dark, but he couldn't see where they came from. He knew he wasn't alone. The air carried the scent of iron and decay, and the silence wasn't empty, it was waiting. The first sound was a low growl, deep enough to rattle his chest. He froze, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword. The growl turned into a snarl, and then he saw it. 3 heads, each with eyes like molten gold, emerged from the darkness. Cerberus. Its teeth gleamed, wet with something darker than saliva. The beast's paws struck the ground like thunder, and chains rattled against its neck. It stepped closer, and for a moment, he could feel its breath, hot and rancid, like fire and rot. It didn't bark. It didn't roar. It didn't need to. Its silence was worse, heavy with the promise of what it would do if he stepped any closer. He had heard the stories, how it tore apart anyone who dared to cross without permission. Heroes had faced it and failed. The living weren't meant to pass through these gates, and this monster made sure of it. But Cerberus wasn't alone in guarding the paths of the dead. Farther south, the man had heard whispers of another beast, a dragon coiled around the gates of the Egyptian afterlife. Apep, the serpent of chaos. It wasn't chained like Cerberus. It didn't need chains. It was endless, its scales blacker than night, and it fed on the souls of those who couldn't answer the gods' riddles. He imagined its body winding through the shadows, its mouth wide enough to swallow him whole. The priests had warned him. Apep could not be killed. It could only be banished, and even then, it always returned. It was the nightmare that never ended, and it waited for those who stepped out of line. The man's legs trembled, but he forced himself to move closer. The gate was still shut, and the beasts were still watching. He thought of the Norse guardian, Garm, the blood-stained hound that stood at the mouth of Hell's gates. Its howls were said to echo for miles, a warning to the living and the dead. He had been told that Garm's chains would one day break, and when that happened, nothing could stop it. He could almost hear the howl now, carried on the wind like a scream. The air felt heavier, colder. He stepped closer, and the shadows shifted again. This time, it wasn't a beast that emerged. It was a woman. Half of her face was beautiful, smooth and pale, like untouched marble. The other half was rotten, hollowed out by decay. Hell, goddess of the underworld. She didn't speak, but her eyes said enough. She didn't need claws or fangs to make him afraid. Her presence was worse than any monster. She was the gatekeeper, the judge, and the executioner. He looked away, but the image burned in his mind. He had heard of other guardians, less human, more monstrous. The Aztecs spoke of Xolotl, the dog-headed god who guided souls through the 9 levels of the afterlife. He was both protector and tormentor, leading the dead but punishing the unworthy. His eyes burned red, and his footsteps left fire behind. The man took another step, and the ground shook again. Cerberus's chains rattled. Apep's hiss seemed to echo in the distance. Garma's howl rang out, faint but unmistakable. Hell's shadow stretched across the stones. He felt the weight of their presence, the guardians who stood at every gate. They were more than beasts. They were warnings, living, breathing reminders that the underworld wasn't meant for the living. They didn't just keep the dead inside. They kept the living out. His hands were trembling now, but he didn't stop. He thought of the Sumerian tales, the scorpion men who guarded the gates of the netherworld. Their eyes glowed, and their stingers dripped poison. They didn't speak, but their weapons did. Anyone who tried to pass without permission was torn apart before they could scream. He reached the edge of the gate and raised his hand. The shadow stirred, and for a moment, he thought the gate would open. But then the growl came again, louder this time, and Cerberus lunged. He stumbled back as the beast's jaws snapped shut inches from his face. Its chains held, but only barely. Its 3 heads writhed, teeth flashing, and for the first time, it roared. The sound rolled over him, shaking the ground and driving him to his knees. He couldn't go forward. Not yet. The gate was still guarded, and the price of crossing was too high. The guardians didn't move aside for the desperate, the lost, or the brave. They stood their ground, reminding him that the underworld wasn't a place to enter lightly. It was guarded for a reason. The hall was silent except for the faint echo of footsteps. The air hung heavy, thick with a tension that pressed against the skin. At the center of the chamber stood a scale, massive, ancient, and blackened with age. Its chains groaned as if they were alive, shifting under the weight of things unseen. The man's heart pounded in his chest. He could feel the eyes on him, though he dared not lift his head. Before him, the judges sat in shadow. Their faces were hidden, but their presence filled the room. The man tried to speak, but no words came. Instead, a voice boomed from the darkness. It was neither kind nor cruel. It was final. "Speak your name." His voice shook as he obeyed. The scale trembled. A feather appeared on one side, pure, white, and impossibly delicate. The man's breath caught. He knew what it meant. The feather of truth. His soul would be weighed against it, measured not by his strength or his wealth, but by the weight of his deeds. The first judge rose. She held a scroll in one hand, her eyes burning like fire. "Were you just? Did you lie? Did you steal?" The man opened his mouth, but her gaze silenced him. She unrolled the scroll, and his life unraveled before him. Voices rose from the shadows, whispers of secrets he thought no one knew. A lie told to protect himself. A coin stolen when hunger gnawed at his stomach. A promise broken when it no longer served him. The scale shifted, groaning under the invisible weight. The second judge stepped forward, his face carved like stone. "Did you betray love? Did you spill innocent blood?" The man's knees buckled. Images flashed in his mind, his father's tears when he left home, the pleading eyes of the beggar he turned away, the moment he chose silence instead of truth. The scale tipped lower. The third judge rose, cloaked in shadow. "Did you fear the gods?" Terror gripped him. He had prayed when it was convenient, cursed the heavens when it wasn't. He had made sacrifices, but never with a pure heart. He had mocked those who believed too deeply, yet begged for mercy when death came close. The feathers seemed to glow brighter, mocking him with its weightlessness. Then came the voice of the executioner. It wasn't loud. It didn't need to be. It slithered through the air, sharp and cutting. You are judged. Chains fell from the ceiling, and the shadows moved. They were not empty. Hands reached out, cold and rough, grabbing his arms, his legs. He screamed, but the sound only bounced off the walls. The scale shattered, and the ground beneath him opened. He fell. The air burned as he tumbled through fire and smoke. Screams filled his ears, some distant, others terrifyingly close. He landed hard, his body aching but whole. Around him, shapes writhed and twisted. A man knelt nearby, his hands bound with chains of fire. Flames licked his skin, yet he didn't burn. He wept, but no tears came. Beside him, another figure was bound to a wheel of knives, spinning endlessly as it sliced his flesh. And then there was the pit. It was endless and black, filled with voices that begged for mercy. But there was none. A woman crawled at the edge, her fingers clawing the dirt, but invisible hands dragged her back down. The man's stomach churned. He turned and saw the judges watching from above, their faces still hidden. They didn't speak. They didn't need to. The punishments were not random. They fit the crimes. The liar's tongue was torn out, the thief's hands bound forever in iron, the betrayer forced to relive their betrayal until they forgot who they once were. Some tried to run. They didn't get far. Beasts stalked the shadows, hunters with glowing eyes and sharp teeth. One pounced, dragging a screaming soul back into the darkness. The man tried to move, but chains wrapped around his wrists. They weren't hot or heavy. They were cold, like death itself. He looked down and saw the marks, the stains of every act he thought no one saw. The whispers came again. They weren't from the judges this time. They came from within, voices he recognized. His own voice, twisted and cruel, mocking him for the choices he had made. He screamed again, but no sound escaped. The ground shifted, and he was dragged forward. The pit loomed ahead, and the shadows swallowed him whole. The earth trembled as the gates groaned open. A chill swept through the air, carrying whispers of forgotten names and restless souls. The shadows thickened, twisting and stretching, as if alive. And then, he stepped forward. His presence made the air heavier, the ground colder. Hades, King of the Dead. His name alone was enough to silence prayers and steal hope from trembling hearts. He stood tall, his dark robes flowing like shadows clinging to his form. His face was pale but unyielding, carved with the kind of stillness that only death could bring. His eyes, black as midnight, seemed to pierce through flesh, seeing not bodies but souls, naked, exposed, trembling under his gaze. In his hand, he gripped a staff of obsidian, polished and sharp, a weapon that needed no edge to command obedience. The whispers grew louder as souls gathered around him, drawn to his presence yet afraid to look too closely. They knew what he was, the keeper of all things lost, the warden of what could never return. He did not smile. Hades was not a god of laughter or warmth. He was the silence after a storm, the shadow that lingered after the candle went out. He moved without sound, but the ground seemed to shiver beneath his steps. Behind him, Cerberus stirred, three heads snarling, chains rattling. The beast's eyes glowed like molten fire, but even it bowed its head as Hades passed. No creature, mortal or divine, dared to challenge the king of the underworld. The souls trembled, waiting. They knew what came next. His voice. It was not loud, but it filled the space, pressing into the bones and echoing in the marrow. "Step forward," he said. The first soul obeyed. It was a woman, her form fragile and pale, flickering like candlelight. Hades did not flinch. He raised his staff, and the shadows shifted. Chains slithered from the ground, wrapping around her ankles. Her cries filled the chamber, but there was no pity in his eyes. Hades was not cruel, but he was merciless. He did not take joy in suffering, but neither did he spare it. It was not his task to forgive, it was his task to rule. To keep order where there was none, to enforce laws that no mortal could break. He had no need for compassion. The living had their gods, their prayers, and their mercy. The dead had only him. The woman's cries faded as she was dragged into the darkness. Hades turned away, already facing the next soul. His work was endless, but he never faltered. He had stood at these gates for centuries, unmoved by time or tears. Yet there were whispers that even the king of the dead was not untouched by grief. Stories of a stolen bride, a woman so beautiful that even Hades could not resist her light. Persephone. They said he took her, pulling her into his shadows, binding her to his world. And when she wept, the earth above wept with her, turning barren and cold. But there were other whispers too. Whispers that Persephone's tears had softened Hades, that her touch had brought warmth to his cold throne. Some said he loved her, in his own terrible way. Others said he feared her, feared the light she carried, feared what it meant to feel again. Yet Persephone was not here now. Hades stood alone, his face a mask of stone, his heart locked away. He raised his staff again, and the shadows obeyed. The dead obeyed. They always did. But there was one who did not. A man stepped forward, his eyes burning with defiance. He carried a lyre and a name that echoed through both the living and the dead, Orpheus. He came not to beg for forgiveness, but to bargain. His voice rose, filling the air with music so haunting that even Cerberus fell silent. The souls stopped their weeping, turning toward the sound. And Hades listened. For the first time, the king of the dead hesitated. He saw the tears in Orpheus's eyes, the desperation in his voice. He saw something he had long forgotten, a love so powerful it refused to bow, even to death. Hades did not speak. He let the music linger, let it echo against the stone walls and slip through the cracks in the earth. And then, with a voice colder than the grave, he gave his answer. "Take her," he said. "But do not look back." Orpheus ran. And the shadows watched. Hades returned to his throne, the weight of eternity pressing down on his shoulders. He knew how the story would end. He knew the man would fail, that he would turn back, that the woman would be lost again. But Hades had allowed it, if only to remind himself of what he once feared most, hope. The soul stirred, and Hades stood. His staff struck the ground, and the shadows fell silent once more. His eyes burned as he looked out across the endless expanse of the underworld. And though the music had faded, its echoes remained. The sun bathed the earth in gold, and the fields stretched endlessly, bursting with life. Flowers bloomed in every shade, their petals trembling under a soft breeze. Persephone laughed, her voice light and sweet, carried on the wind like a melody. She moved through the meadow with bare feet, her fingers brushing against the blossoms as if she could command them to bloom. And perhaps she could. She was not just a girl, she was the daughter of Demeter, goddess of the harvest. But no one heard the ground split open beneath her. No one saw the shadow rise until it swallowed the light. The laughter stopped. The earth trembled, and the flowers wilted as if mourning. The air turned sharp, heavy with something ancient and unrelenting. The chariot appeared first, black as night, its wheels grinding against the broken soil. Then came the horses, their eyes burning red, their breath steaming in the sudden chill. And he was there, standing at the reins, cloaked in darkness. Hades. She tried to run, but the earth betrayed her, shifting and pulling her closer to the abyss. His eyes locked on hers, cold, unyielding, but not cruel. She screamed, but her voice was lost in the roar of the chariot as it descended into the blackness, dragging her with it. The world above mourned. Demeter searched, her cries tearing through the heavens, her grief spreading like frost. The earth withered under her sorrow, crops failed, rivers dried, and the trees shed their leaves. Mortals begged the gods for mercy, but none came. Persephone sat in the shadows of the underworld, her hands trembling as she touched the stone walls. Cold. Everything was cold. The torches flickered, casting shadows that danced like spirits. She felt them watching, eyes that never blinked, souls that never rested. The silence pressed against her, thick and suffocating. Hades stood before her. He held out a pomegranate, its seeds gleaming like drops of blood. She stared at it, her hunger gnawing, her lips dry. She knew what it meant. To eat from the underworld was to bind herself to it. She resisted, but the hunger burned, and her fingers shook as she took it. 1 seed. 2. 6. When Demeter finally found her, Persephone's tears spilled, but it was too late. She was bound now, not by chains, but by the taste of the fruit. She could return to the light, but only for part of the year. For the rest, she would remain here, beside the man who had stolen her. The seasons changed. The earth bloomed when she rose, and it grieved when she fell. But something else changed too. Persephone no longer trembled in the shadows. She walked among the dead, her step steady, her gaze sharp. She stood beside Hades, not as a prisoner but as a queen. They feared her. The spirits bowed as she passed, their whispers filling the halls. Some said her beauty had grown sharper, her voice colder. Others said her heart had darkened, that the underworld had seeped into her veins. But there were those who saw something more, power. She was no longer just Demeter's daughter. She was Persephone, queen of the dead. And when she spoke, the shadows listened. Her hands no longer trembled as she judged the souls that stood before her. She saw their sins, their regrets, their fears. She pitied them, but she did not spare them. She understood now, death was not cruel. It was final. And it demanded balance. Yet there were moments when the shadows grew too heavy, when she stood alone in the dark halls and longed for the warmth of the sun. Hades would find her then, his voice low and steady. He never begged her to stay. He never forced her to love him. But he watched her with a quiet longing, as if she were the light he could never touch. She did not love him. Not at first. But she saw him for what he was, a god burdened with a crown he never asked for, ruling a kingdom no one envied. She saw his loneliness, his need for order, and his fear of chaos. And in that, she saw herself. The underworld became hers. Its darkness no longer frightened her. She shaped it, softened its edges, brought flowers that grew even in the shadows. The spirits whispered her name now, not with fear but with reverence. But there were days when the light called to her. Days when she stepped onto the earth, and the world burst into bloom. Demeter held her close, brushing her hair and filling her arms with flowers. And Persephone smiled, but her heart felt heavy, as if part of her still lingered in the shadows. She did not belong fully to the light anymore. Nor did she belong entirely to the dark. She walked between them, a queen and a daughter, a goddess and a prisoner. And when the earth turned cold, when the leaves fell and the skies dimmed, the mortals knew. They knew she had returned to the shadows. They knew the queen of the underworld had taken her throne once more. The candle flickered, its flame stretching thin before snapping back to life. The old woman lay still, her breath shallow, her eyes half closed. Shadows danced along the walls, long and wavering, as if something unseen had entered the room. She felt it before she saw him. A presence, calm, weightless, yet pressing against her chest like a final breath. He stood at the foot of her bed, silent and still. No chains. No scythe. No black cloak. Only a man wrapped in twilight, his face smooth and pale, his eyes endless pools of night. Thanatos. He did not speak. He never did. He only waited, patient as the stars. The old woman's lips trembled. She had feared this moment, but as she gazed at him, her fear began to fade. There was no malice in his stare, no hunger. His presence was not heavy, but light, as though he carried no weight of his own. She exhaled, and her trembling stopped. Thanatos stepped closer, his movements silent. The room grew colder, but not unkind. She felt a hand, warm despite its appearance, brush against her forehead. Her eyelids fluttered, and the candle dimmed. In the stillness, Thanatos stood guard, his expression unmoved. He had done this countless times, yet each soul left a mark. He was no monster. He was no villain. He was a guide, a gatekeeper, neither cruel nor kind. But he remembered faces. He remembered their final looks, their sighs, their surrender. Not all came willingly. Some clawed at the sheets, their nails breaking, their voices hoarse from begging. They cursed him, spit at him, called him a thief. He bore it all without a word. He could not be swayed. Their time had come, and he obeyed it as law. Yet, there were others, the ones who welcomed him, who wept not out of fear but relief. He carried them gently, his touch as light as mist. He never dragged them. He never forced them. They followed because they knew it was time, and he made it bearable. But Thanatos had seen horrors too, deaths that screamed and fought against the veil. The battlefields left him stained, though no blood touched his skin. He walked through the smoke, stepping over bodies twisted and broken, their cries echoing long after their souls had gone silent. In those moments, he felt heavier, as if the weight of the fallen clung to him. He had once stood over a soldier, no older than a boy, who clutched his stomach and sobbed for his mother. Thanatos knelt, touching the boy's forehead as the light left his eyes. The cries stopped, but their echoes lingered in his mind, never fading. There were others who sought to cheat him. Sisyphus had bound him once, tricked him with chains forged from lies. Thanatos had struggled, trapped and furious, as the world fell out of balance. No one died. No one crossed the river. The living multiplied, and the dead cried out, lost and wandering without his hand to guide them. When he was freed, he made no threats, no declarations of vengeance. He simply resumed his work, but Sisyphus paid the price. Thanatos watched as the trickster was cursed to roll his stone, his punishment as endless as time itself. Thanatos was not like his brother, Hypnos, who lulled mortals into sleep with whispers and warmth. Death did not seduce or lull. It came with certainty, unshaken and undeniable. Yet, the two often walked side by side, Hypnos leading mortals into dreams while Thanatos carried them through the final door. It was said that Thanatos had wings, black as night, and that they carried him swiftly to those who waited. Others claimed he held an inverted torch, its flame extinguished, marking the end of light. But those who saw him rarely lived to speak of it. His touch was light, but his arrival was heavy. Mothers wept over cradles, their cries piercing the heavens. Warriors cursed their wounds, clutching swords that slipped from dying hands. Lovers begged for more time, their fingers reaching for hands that slipped away. And Thanatos listened, but never answered. Yet there was mercy in his silence. He took the pain and the struggle, leaving only stillness. In that stillness, there was no fear, no longing, no regret. Only rest. He had stood at the bedside of kings and beggars alike. Thrones meant nothing to him. Gold could not bribe him. He came for all, and he came alone. But his face, though pale, was not cruel. In the quiet of temples, statues bore his likeness, beautiful but distant, with a face carved in eternal calm. Offerings were left at his feet, not to honor him but to plead for delay. He ignored them. His task was not to grant wishes. It was to carry out fate. And yet, Thanatos did not savor his work. He took no pleasure in it. He was not the god of war who thrived in bloodshed. Nor was he the god of vengeance who relished punishment. He was something else, a shadow cast by the light, a hand that guided instead of struck. But there were moments when even he hesitated. Moments when the tear-streaked faces of children or the trembling hands of the aged made him pause. Not long. Just enough to let them say one last word, one last prayer, before he took them. Thanatos did not weep. He did not rage. He did not love, not as mortals did. But perhaps, in the depths of his silence, there was something close to sorrow, a quiet ache buried beneath the weight of eternity. The river was black, its surface smooth as glass, but carrying a weight that pressed against the chest like unseen hands. No ripples disturbed the water. No sound broke its silence. It stretched endlessly in both directions, swallowing the horizon. On its edge, a lone figure stood, clutching a single coin in trembling fingers. Eyes darted left and right, searching for something or someone hidden in the shadows. The fog thickened, curling like smoke, and then he appeared. The ferryman. His silhouette rose out of the mist, long and thin, wrapped in tattered robes that clung to his bones. His face was hollow, his eyes sunk in pits that reflected no light. A pole rested in his gnarled hands, and his boat scraped against the shore with a groan that made the air feel colder. The figure on the shore took a shaky step forward. Breath hitched. Heart raced. The ferryman said nothing. He never spoke. He only waited. His hand stretched out, not demanding, but expecting. The coin. Always the coin. Fingers shook as the payment dropped into his palm. It clinked softly, yet the sound echoed like thunder. Without a word, the ferryman turned, motioning toward the boat. The figure hesitated but obeyed, stepping onto the creaking wood. The boat rocked, and the shore vanished behind them. The water shifted beneath them, alive yet dead, pulling the boat forward without waves or wind. Silence stretched long enough to make the soul shudder. The ferryman did not look back. He faced the darkness ahead, pushing the boat forward with steady strokes of his pole. His hands were rough, scarred from years, or centuries, of labor. Some said his skin had turned gray from touching the dead. Others claimed his robes had once been white but had darkened under the weight of sorrow. No one knew how long he had ferried souls across the river. No one dared ask. Legends whispered that his price was non-negotiable. A single coin, placed under the tongue of the dead, was the cost of safe passage. Without it, the soul would wander the shore, lost and wailing, forever barred from crossing. The ferryman never bent the rules, never pitied those who came empty-handed. Once, a man had stepped onto the boat without paying, clutching his own hands as if hiding treasure. The ferryman had stood still, silent as stone. When the man refused to pay, the ferryman pushed him off the boat with a single motion. The man fell into the water, and the river swallowed him whole. No one knew what lay beneath that surface, only that it was endless, hungry, and merciless. Those who fell into it did not resurface. They sank, dragged down by unseen forces, their screams fading as the darkness consumed them. The ferryman had seen it all, souls who begged, who screamed, who tried to bribe him with words instead of coins. It never worked. He was bound to his duty, a servant to the laws that governed the dead. But there were times, rare and fleeting, when his hollow eyes softened. Once, a child had stepped onto his boat, clutching a doll with one hand and a coin with the other. Her tears fell silently as she handed over the payment. The ferryman had taken it without a word, but as he pushed the boat forward, his movements slowed. His grip tightened on the pole. When they reached the far shore, he lingered, watching her step off and disappear into the shadows. Some said the ferryman had once been human, cursed to his task for a crime no one remembered. Others believed he was as old as the river itself, born from its depths and bound to its waters. Whatever the truth, he never stopped. Day after day, night after night, he ferried the dead. The rituals for his payment were sacred. Families placed coins under the tongues of their loved ones, whispering prayers to ensure their safe passage. Without the coin, the dead could not pay, and without payment, the ferryman turned them away. There were stories of those who tried to cheat him. A woman once slipped a fake coin into her husband's mouth, hoping to save the real one for herself. The ferryman had taken it, but halfway across the river, the coin dissolved in his hand. He stopped the boat, turned, and pushed the man into the water. She had waited on the shore for him to return, but he never did. Even the gods respected the ferryman. Hades himself entrusted him with guarding the river, knowing no soul could cross without his permission. Mortals feared him, but they also revered him, leaving offerings on the shore, flowers, candles, and more coins than he would ever need. Yet the ferryman's task was lonely. He did not speak. He did not rest. His eyes never closed, and his boat never stopped moving. The river was his prison, and the souls were his only company. Some believed he envied the dead. They crossed and found peace or punishment, but they always had an end. The ferryman had none. He was eternal, bound to the waters, unable to leave even when the fog thickened and the shadows pressed closer. But he never faltered. The boat always moved forward, carrying its silent passengers across the river. And the ferryman, with his hollow eyes and scarred hands, remained at his post, waiting for the next coin, the next soul, the next step into the darkness. The growl came first, a low, guttural rumble that made the earth tremble. It didn't sound like one voice, but many, layered and overlapping, as though anger itself had taken form. The air grew heavy. A sharp, metallic scent filled the nose, something like blood and fire. And then, from the shadows, it appeared. 3 heads rose above the ground, each with eyes that burned like molten gold. Their jaws parted, revealing teeth as sharp as daggers, glistening with saliva that hissed where it touched the ground. The middle head snarled, while the others snapped at the air, restless and hungry. Chains clinked around its neck, thick and blackened with rust, but no one believed they could hold it if it chose to break free. Cerberus stood at the threshold, a beast born not of this world, but something far older and darker. Its muscles rippled beneath its pitch-black fur, each movement deliberate and deadly. It didn't need to pace to show its power. It only needed to watch. Legends whispered that Cerberus had been born in the deepest pits of darkness, a child of monsters and shadows. His father, Typhon, was chaos itself, storms and destruction woven into flesh. His mother, Echidna, was a creature of nightmares, part serpent, part woman, whose children terrified gods and mortals alike. But none were feared as much as Cerberus. It wasn't just his size or his 3 heads that struck fear into those who looked upon him. It was his presence. He was more than a beast, he was a force, a guardian that stood between life and death, ensuring that no soul escaped once it had crossed the river. The dead feared him, but the living feared him more. Stories spoke of heroes who had dared to face him, their names etched into songs and myths. Heracles had been one of them, sent to steal Cerberus from his master, Hades. When Heracles approached, Cerberus's eyes locked onto him, unblinking and unmoving. The hero's strength was legendary, but even he hesitated before stepping closer. It wasn't the teeth or claws that made men falter, it was the eyes. 3 sets of eyes that saw more than flesh. They saw guilt, secrets, and lies buried deep in the heart. Facing Cerberus meant being laid bare, stripped of every illusion and mask. Heracles had felt it, a weight pressing against his chest, as though the beast was already judging him. But he had survived. Few others did. Cerberus was not a mindless beast. He understood his purpose and carried it out with unwavering loyalty. He did not question. He did not hesitate. When souls tried to flee, he hunted them down, dragging them back with jaws that never loosened their grip. Even Hades treated him with respect, feeding him raw meat and stroking his head as though calming a storm. But Cerberus was not a pet. He was a guardian, and his chains were more than iron. They were symbols of control, reminders that even he could not roam freely. There were whispers that Cerberus had once tasted freedom. In the dead of night, when the underworld was silent, he had strained against his chains until they cracked. He had taken one step beyond the gates, and the earth itself had split open beneath his paws, unable to hold his weight. Shadows bled from his body, curling and stretching until the sky darkened. The gods themselves had intervened, forcing him back with thunder and fire. It had taken all their strength to bind him again, and ever since, Cerberus had been chained tighter, his hunger growing with each passing day. His 3 heads were not just weapons, but symbols. One looked to the past, seeing every sin and mistake that led a soul to its fate. Another faced the present, watching every trembling step and tear as the dead passed through the gates. The third peered into the future, glimpsing what awaited those who dared to defy the laws of death. The heads rarely agreed. They snapped at each other, growling and snarling, each trying to dominate the others. It was said that this constant battle mirrored the chaos within those who faced death, the struggle to accept, to resist, to fear, and to surrender. But there were moments when the heads moved as one. When a soul approached with a trembling heart and guilt so heavy it weighed down the air, Cerberus's growls would cease. His eyes would lock onto the trembling figure, and for a moment, all three heads would lower in unison. Those who saw it said it was not pity but understanding. Cerberus did not hate the souls he guarded. He did not delight in their fear. He merely carried out his purpose, a force of balance that ensured the living and the dead remained where they belonged. Still, some believed he yearned for something more. They claimed that late at night, when the river was still and the fog hung low, Cerberus would lift his heads and howl, not out of rage, but out of longing. A sound so mournful that even the dead stirred, unsure whether it was meant for them. And yet, the beast remained. The chains held. The gates stayed closed. Cerberus watched and waited, his eyes burning like torches in the darkness, reminding all who approached that there was no turning back. The torches burned low, their flames flickering like restless spirits. Shadows danced along the stone walls, twisting and stretching as if they had minds of their own. The wind whispered through the cracks, carrying voices that could not be seen, only felt. And there she stood, at the crossroads, where the paths of the living and the dead intertwined. Her presence was both a promise and a warning. Hecate's silhouette rippled against the dim light, her long robes trailing like waves of darkness. She held a torch in each hand, their flames defying the cold night. A black dog sat by her feet, its eyes glowing like embers, and behind her, the faint outline of spirits flickered, moving restlessly but never straying too far. It was said that she appeared where roads split and choices had to be made. Her torches lit the way for those who wandered, but they also cast shadows that swallowed the light. To call her name was to invite something ancient, something that did not belong to this world but had always lingered just beyond it. Her voice, when it came, was neither loud nor soft. It carried the weight of secrets and the hum of forgotten spells. The earth seemed to hold its breath when she spoke, as though even nature feared interrupting her. She was Hecate, the keeper of thresholds, the mistress of magic, and the queen of ghosts. Witches whispered her name in the dark, calling upon her for power that pulsed like veins of fire beneath the skin. They left offerings at crossroads, honey, bread, and blood, hoping for her favor. And sometimes, they claimed, she came. A shadow at the edge of their vision. A whisper in their ear. A chill on the back of their necks that lingered long after the candlelight had died. She was not bound by one shape. At times, she appeared as a woman cloaked in darkness, her eyes sharp and watchful. Other times, she had three faces, one staring into the past, one fixed on the present, and one gazing into the unknown future. Her form shifted with the night, as unpredictable as the magic she wielded. They said she could command the spirits of the dead, summoning them with a single word. Her presence in graveyards made the ground tremble, as if the earth itself feared her touch. The dead obeyed her, drawn to her torches like moths to flame. And when her hounds howled, it was a sign that the unseen world had stirred, that the boundaries between the living and the dead had thinned. Stories told of those who sought her guidance, venturing into the night with trembling hands and whispered prayers. They lit torches of their own, hoping to mirror her power, but few could bear the weight of her gaze when she answered. One tale spoke of a woman who stood at the crossroads with nothing left to lose. Her child had been taken by sickness, and her cries had gone unanswered. She had heard the whispers about Hecate, the goddess who walked with spirits, the one who knew the language of the dead. The woman knelt and set her offering at the base of the stones, milk and honey poured carefully into the earth. She whispered Hecate's name 3 times, her voice trembling but steady. The air grew heavy, and the flames of her torches wavered. And then, she came. Hecate's figure emerged from the shadows, her torches cutting through the night like blades of fire. The woman could not speak. She could only bow her head as the goddess approached, her footsteps silent but her presence deafening. The goddess said nothing at first, only studied the woman with eyes that pierced through flesh and bone. And then she knelt, her fingers brushing the ground. The torches flared, and the air shivered as unseen figures gathered, their whispers growing louder. The woman's tears fell, but Hecate's gaze remained steady. She spoke words that no mortal could understand, and the spirits answered. The child's voice rose among them, faint but unmistakable, carried by the wind. The woman gasped, reaching out, but the voices faded as quickly as they had come. Hecate turned without a word, her torches dimming as she disappeared into the darkness. The woman fell to her knees, her heart heavy with both grief and gratitude. It was said that Hecate's power could open doors that were meant to stay closed, but such power came at a cost. Her magic was not kind, nor was it cruel. It simply was. Like the fire she carried, it could warm or burn, depending on how it was used. She walked the line between worlds, her footsteps echoing in places where light and shadow touched. She was the protector of witches and the guardian of secrets, feared and revered in equal measure. To call upon her was to invite something ancient and restless, something that could not be controlled. But for those who dared, for those who stood at the edge of despair and reached for the unknown, she was the light in the darkness, the voice that spoke when all others had fallen silent. And as the night stretched on, and the hounds howled once more, her torches continued to burn, a reminder that the paths she guarded were never truly empty. The ground trembled as the massive iron gates groaned open, their rusted hinges wailing like lost souls. Beyond them stretched a dark expanse, an endless cavern veiled in shadows and thick with the scent of damp earth. In the center of this underworld, a throne loomed, cold, unyielding, and carved from black stone. And on that throne sat Orcus, his eyes burning like dying embers, his gaze heavy enough to crush even the bravest of men. The silence around him was suffocating. No bird sang. No wind stirred. The only sounds were the distant cries of the damned and the faint drip of water from unseen cracks in the cavern's walls. Chains rattled in the dark, a cruel reminder of the souls bound to his will. Orcus was no king of mercy. His presence carried the weight of punishment, and his name struck terror into hearts across the mortal world. To invoke him was to summon judgment, a reckoning that offered no escape. He did not deal in pity, only in debts, broken oaths, and the heavy toll of dishonored promises. A figure stumbled into the chamber, dragged by unseen hands. His knees buckled as he hit the ground, trembling as he dared to lift his gaze. Orcus did not speak. He didn't need to. The accused knew why he stood there. His soul had been weighed, and the verdict was carved into the air like an invisible brand. The man begged, his voice echoing off the cavern walls. He swore his innocence, cried out for mercy. But Orcus leaned forward, his shadow stretching across the room, swallowing the man whole. His lips parted, and though his words were soft, they struck like thunder. You cannot beg away what you owe. The man's screams rose as the ground beneath him cracked open, and the darkness swallowed him whole. The silence that followed was louder than his cries had ever been. Not far from Orcus's domain, another figure stood, a stark contrast to the unrelenting Punisher. Pluto sat upon his own throne, his presence commanding yet calm. His eyes did not burn, they shimmered with the depth of eternity, dark pools that reflected both sorrow and wisdom. Pluto's kingdom stretched farther than any mortal mind could grasp, a labyrinth of tunnels and rivers that cradled the spirits of the dead. Unlike Orcus, Pluto did not rule through terror but through order. He guarded wealth, not just of gold and jewels buried deep within the earth, but the treasure of human souls. He was not feared for his cruelty but for his authority. A woman approached his throne, her veil damp with tears. She carried a single coin in her trembling hand, pressing it tightly as though it might disappear. Her voice cracked as she spoke, asking for her husband's safe passage. He had died suddenly, she explained, without a proper burial. She begged Pluto to spare him from wandering endlessly along the riverbanks, searching for Charon's ferry. Pluto listened, his expression unreadable. Then, slowly, he reached out his hand. The coin lifted from her palm and vanished. No words were spoken, but the air shifted, and the woman fell to her knees, overwhelmed by relief. Where Orcus ruled with fire and chains, Pluto moved like the stillness before a storm, silent, watchful, and impossible to resist. The two were mirrors, reflecting different faces of death. One demanded obedience through fear, while the other guided souls through quiet authority. Yet both shared dominion over shadows, over the unseen forces that pulled men to their knees. The whispers of their names carried through the night, from the lips of the desperate and the damned. Offerings were laid at altars carved into stone, prayers murmured in trembling voices. The living feared them, but they also honored them. For even in death, there were rules that could not be broken, laws that could not be ignored. Orcus stood as the enforcer, the punisher of oathbreakers and betrayers. Pluto stood as the gatekeeper, ensuring the balance of life and death remained unbroken. But there were moments when their paths crossed. Stories were told of how Orcus would drag a soul to Pluto's gates, their screams echoing through the underworld, only for Pluto to rise and judge their fate. Orcus demanded punishment, but Pluto demanded justice. In one tale, a man cursed by the gods stood before them both, his sins too great to be ignored. Orcus raised his hand, chains slithering like serpents from the ground, but Pluto halted him with a single word. The silence that followed was heavy enough to drown the air. Pluto looked into the man's soul, seeing the cracks and shadows hidden beneath his trembling flesh. And then he spoke, not in anger, but in sorrow. "You have broken what cannot be mended." The chains tightened, and the man's cries faded as he was led into the depths. Orcus watched without flinching. Pluto turned away. The stories of Orcus and Pluto lingered, passed from lips trembling in the dark. They were not gods to be challenged. They were not rulers to be questioned. To speak their names was to summon the weight of the earth and the shadows of the grave. Offerings were left in their honor, coins, bones, blood. Fires burned at crossroads and temples, smoke rising to the heavens in the hope that the gods below would not take offense. But the earth never forgot who owned it. The veins of gold and rivers of oil that men coveted belonged to Pluto, hidden in the depths he guarded. And the whispers of broken promises and debts unpaid belonged to Orcus, carried through the dark like echoes that could never be silenced. The underworld did not sleep, and neither did its kings. The river Nile flowed quietly under a soft, glowing moon, its waters so still they mirrored the stars above. A hush settled over the land as if the earth itself held its breath. Beneath the surface, unseen by mortal eyes, the body of Osiris lay, cold and lifeless. His spirit, however, did not rest. His legacy would not die. It never could. In the palace of the gods, the air was thick with sorrow and anger. Isis, his beloved wife, wept silently. Her tears were not of defeat, they were the tears of a woman who would not let the light of her world fade into the dark. Osiris had been killed by his own brother, Set, driven by jealousy and the hunger for power. Set's betrayal was a wound that cut to the core, but the death of Osiris was not the end of his story. It was only the beginning of something greater than any of them could have imagined. Osiris had ruled Egypt with a steady hand, his reign bringing prosperity and peace to the people. He was the embodiment of life, the god of the harvest, the one who made the land fertile and the crops grow. His rule was not just that of a king, but of a divine figure who walked among his people, breathing life into everything he touched. His death at the hands of Set shattered the world, but it also set in motion a cycle that would transcend the boundaries of life and death itself. In the quiet of her grief, Isis made a vow. She would not allow her husband to stay dead. She would not let Set's cruelty claim victory over her love and the promise of their legacy. She searched for his body with a desperate hope, traveling far and wide until she finally found him, hidden away in a coffin, cast into the river by Set's wicked hand. With every fiber of her being, Isis pulled Osiris back from the abyss, piecing him together again, the way a craftsman mends a broken masterpiece. But even as Osiris's body was restored, it was clear that he was not the same. His flesh was whole, yet his spirit had transcended the mortal realm. Osiris was reborn, but in a way that no one could have foreseen. He was no longer just the king of the living, he was now the judge of the dead, the ruler of the afterlife. He would never again walk among the living, but his presence would echo through the hearts of those who came after him. His resurrection was not just a return to life, it was a transformation, an elevation to something greater. The moment Osiris's spirit left the world of the living and entered the land of the dead, he became the keeper of balance. His judgment was final, his heart unyielding. Those who came to him for judgment would be weighed, their deeds measured, and their hearts tested. Osiris did not act out of cruelty or vengeance, but out of the need to restore order, to ensure that the souls who passed into his realm had lived lives worthy of peace. Each soul stood before him, their hearts laid bare for all to see. The scales of Ma'at, the goddess of truth, balanced their hearts against the feather of truth. If the heart was lighter than the feather, the soul would pass on to the paradise of the field of reeds, where peace and eternal life awaited. If the heart was heavy with sin, weighed down by guilt and wrongdoing, the soul would be cast into the darkness, forever lost. It was in this solemn place that Osiris ruled, not as a king but as a divine judge, a guide to the eternal truths of the universe. The souls who came before him did not fear him as they feared Set's wrath. They came to him with reverence, knowing that his judgment would be just. In that moment, there was no room for lies, no escape from the truth. Osiris was not just a god of the dead, he was the god of life's consequences. And yet, despite the weight of his judgment, there was mercy in Osiris's eyes. For he had known love, loss, and betrayal, and in his resurrection, he understood the depth of both life and death. He knew that to rule was not merely to bring punishment, but to restore what had been broken. In his presence, souls were given the chance to find peace, to atone for their wrongs and rise again, much like their god had done. Isis, watching from afar, could not help but marvel at the transformation that had taken place in her beloved. The man she had loved was gone, but in his place stood something even greater, something that could not be bound by the limitations of life. Osiris had transcended, becoming not just a king, but a symbol of eternal hope, of resurrection, of the unyielding power of love. As time passed, Osiris became a figure worshipped by all. The people of Egypt called upon him in their prayers, asking for his favor in life, but also his protection in death. They revered him not just as a god, but as the embodiment of the cycle of life and death, the eternal ruler whose spirit would guide them through the dark times. Even as the ages changed, and the world around them evolved, Osiris's name lived on, carried in the hearts of those who believed in the power of resurrection and the promise of divine kingship. He was no longer bound by the limits of mortality, no longer just the king of the living. He was the king of all existence, the one who had passed through death and emerged reborn, a symbol of hope to all who came after him. The resurrection of Osiris was more than just a return to life, it was a reminder that even in the face of death, there is always the potential for new beginnings. And in the judgment that he offered, there was always the chance for redemption. His reign was not one of fear, but of wisdom. Not of power, but of justice. His rule did not end with his death, it was merely a new beginning, a new chapter in the eternal cycle. The story of Osiris is a tale that echoes through time, a story of loss, of love, of resurrection, and of judgment. It is a reminder that no matter how deep the darkness may be, there is always the possibility of rebirth, of finding a way back to the light. Osiris's kingdom is not just the land of the dead, but the land of endless potential, where souls are given the chance to rise, to begin anew, and to live forever in the light of his love. The wind howled through the darkened tombs, carrying with it the scent of ancient spices and the promise of an unbroken eternity. Inside, the silence was suffocating, thick with the weight of 1,000 years. In the dim torchlight, the shadows danced across the stone walls, twisting and contorting as if alive. Anubis stood watch. His figure, imposing and solemn, loomed over the sacred space. His head, that of a jackal, gleamed in the flickering light, his dark eyes unblinking as he surveyed the scene before him. The ritual was nearing its end, but the work was never truly complete. His purpose stretched far beyond the borders of this sacred chamber. He was the guardian, the protector of those who had crossed the threshold of death, the keeper of the boundaries between the living and the dead. The mummification had taken days, each step carefully orchestrated to ensure the soul would make the dangerous journey into the afterlife. The body was washed and anointed, every inch treated with the utmost reverence, for it was not simply a shell but the vessel of the soul. Anubis, as the protector of the dead, oversaw it all. His presence was both commanding and comforting, a reminder that the dead were never truly alone. His fingers, long and sure, traced the edges of the linen wrappings that encased the body, each fold a promise of protection. The heart, once the seat of life, was removed and preserved with the greatest care, for it would be weighed before Osiris in the Hall of Judgment. A heavy silence fell over the chamber as Anubis looked down at the soul now resting in the body, ready to take its place in the world beyond. It was not just the mummification that marked the passage of this soul, but the entire journey, from the first breath to the final exhale. Anubis had been there from the beginning, guiding the way through the complicated rites, ensuring that the dead were treated with dignity, with honor, every step of the way. The soul had been carefully prepared for its final journey, but Anubis's role would not end here. No, his responsibility stretched far beyond the physical, reaching into the very heart of the afterlife itself. Outside, the night was still. The moon hung low in the sky, casting an eerie glow over the land of the dead. Beneath its light, the shadows seemed to shift and change, as though waiting for something or someone. Anubis had always been a symbol of the unknown, the bridge between the world of the living and the realm beyond. He had seen countless souls pass through his realm, each one carrying with it its own burdens, its own stories. He had weighed the hearts of kings and commoners alike, offering judgment not out of malice, but with a sense of fairness, knowing that every soul must face its reckoning. Anubis was both feared and revered. His presence was a reminder of the inevitable truth of death, but also of the care and reverence with which it should be approached. The rituals of mummification were a way of ensuring that the soul could continue its journey in peace, unburdened by the decay of the body. The embalming was no mere process, it was an act of love, a way of honoring the dead and preparing them for the long road ahead. The embalmers, who worked tirelessly under Anubis's watchful eye, moved with precision. Their hands were steady, knowing the importance of every incision, every preservation. The jars that would hold the organs were as sacred as the body itself, each one carefully sealed to protect what was once alive. The process was a reflection of Anubis's care for the souls under his charge. Nothing was left to chance. Every step, every symbol, every gesture carried meaning. To fail was to risk leaving the soul vulnerable, lost in the unknown. As the last of the linen was wrapped around the body, Anubis gave a slow, solemn nod. The soul was ready. It was time. But even now, as the body was sealed within the tomb, the journey was not yet complete. The soul would need guidance, through the labyrinth of darkness, through the gates that stood at the edge of the world, where the dead waited to be judged by the gods. And so, Anubis would walk with them. His long, black form would stand at the threshold, guiding them with the patience and wisdom only he could offer. The soul would cross into the afterlife, passing through gates guarded by creatures of myth, each one designed to test the spirit's worth. At the heart of it all, Anubis stood. His role was never to judge, but to guide. He was not the one who decided if the soul was worthy. He was the one who ensured it was prepared, that it was strong enough to face the challenges ahead. But the work of Anubis did not stop once the soul passed through the gates. No, his presence lingered, watching over the journey as the soul made its way toward the judgment hall. There, before Osiris, the heart would be weighed against the feather of truth. If the heart was light, free of sin and regret, the soul would be allowed to enter the field of reeds, a paradise where eternal peace awaited. But if the heart was heavy, weighed down by wrongs uncorrected, the soul would be cast into the darkness, lost forever. Anubis's role as the guardian of the dead was not one of glory. He was not a god of celebration, nor one of great power. But his was a quiet, unyielding strength, the strength of someone who had seen the truth of life and death in all its forms. He had no need for recognition or praise. His work, his purpose, was not to be seen, but to be felt. The comfort of knowing that when death came, it was not an end, but a transition, guided by the hand of one who had devoted his existence to the care of the departed. The tomb sealed, the body preserved, Anubis turned to the horizon. The moonlight faded into the night, but his watch never wavered. His work was eternal, his task unending. As long as there were souls to guide, he would be there, the silent protector, the patient guardian of the dead. His heart was as unshakable as the ancient stones beneath his feet, for he knew that in his hands, death was not something to fear, it was something to honor. There was a stillness in the air, as if the world itself was holding its breath. The chamber was dark, the only light coming from the flickering flame of a solitary torch, casting long shadows that stretched across the cold stone walls. The air smelled faintly of incense and earth, heavy with the weight of the souls that had passed through this place. But tonight, there was something different, an unsettling tension, thick enough to taste. In the center of the room, a great scale hung in the air, suspended between two worlds. On one side rested a feather, light and pure, gleaming in the dim light. On the other, a heart, heavy with the weight of a life lived in shadows, filled with lies, greed, and cruelty. The moment of reckoning had arrived. Before the scale stood a figure, cloaked in darkness, her eyes burning with an unnatural hunger. Ammit, the devourer of souls, stood as silent as the tombs that surrounded her, her monstrous form lurking just out of view. Her body was that of a crocodile, her head that of a lion, and her hindquarters those of a hippopotamus. She was the final judgment, the one who awaited the fate of every soul that crossed this threshold. The heart trembled as it was placed upon the scale, the weight of a lifetime pressing down on it. The air around it grew thick, as though the very earth beneath it was holding its breath. Ammit did not move. She did not speak. But her presence was undeniable, like the weight of a storm that was about to break. Behind her, the great god Osiris watched from his throne, his eyes piercing the darkness. He was the one who presided over the judgment, the one who weighed the heart against the feather. But it was Ammit who decided the fate of those who had failed the test. She was not merciful. She was not kind. She was the one who consumed the souls of the damned, her hunger never sated, her appetite endless. The heart balanced precariously on the scale, a silent battle between the forces of good and evil. The feather, light as a breeze, remained unwavering on its side. The heart, however, shifted, heavy and dark, struggling to find balance. A soul that had strayed too far from the path of righteousness, a soul burdened with too many sins, too many wrongs to right. The scales tilted, ever so slightly, and Ammit's eyes glinted with anticipation. She was a creature of judgment. Her task was not to offer mercy or to grant reprieve. She existed to ensure that those who had lived in darkness paid the price for their actions. She was the embodiment of divine justice, a terrifying force that could not be swayed by pleas or remorse. Her jaws would snap shut, and the soul would be consumed, swallowed whole by the darkness that was her domain. As the scales tipped further, the heart now hanging heavier than the feather, a low growl escaped Ammit's throat. Her hunger stirred, a primal, insatiable need that echoed through the chamber. The soul was almost ready to be claimed, its fate sealed by its own actions, by the weight of a life lived without honor, without virtue. The weight of regret, of selfishness, pressed down on the heart, its flaws and failures so clear now in the stillness of this moment. The gods themselves seemed to hold their breath. Osiris, the ruler of the afterlife, watched intently, his gaze never wavering. He was the one who granted the judgment, the one who weighed the hearts. But it was Ammit who would deliver the final blow, who would ensure that justice was done. The heart struggles grew weaker, and the scale tipped further, crossing the line. The judgment was clear. The soul was doomed. Ammit moved. With a speed that belied her size, she lunged forward, her jaws snapping open wide, the teeth of the crocodile glinting in the darkness. The soul, heavy with its burden of sin, had no chance. In a single, horrifying moment, it was gone. Swallowed whole, consumed by the devourer of souls. The chamber was silent once again, the moment of judgment passed. The air was thick with the weight of what had just happened, the soul now lost forever in the darkness, a part of Ammit's insatiable hunger. The scales were still, and the feather remained untouched, floating above the emptiness where the heart had once been. But not every soul was so easily lost. A different heart was placed upon the scales now, light and unburdened. This one, the soul of one who had lived with honor, with kindness, with integrity. It balanced perfectly against the feather, the two weighed equally, a testament to a life well lived. Ammit did not stir. She watched, her hunger momentarily stilled, as Osiris nodded in approval. The heart would pass through, into the field of reeds, a place of peace and rest. But there was no celebration. There was only silence. For Ammit, there was no victory in this moment. The soul had passed, but there would always be more to consume, more to devour. Her hunger was never fully satisfied, for there would always be those who faltered, those who strayed too far from the light. Her duty was eternal, her hunger endless. And so, she waited. In the shadows, in the darkness that clung to the edges of the afterlife, Ammit lingered, ever watchful, ever patient. The scales of judgment would shift again, the hearts of the damned would be weighed, and once more, she would claim what was rightfully hers. For Ammit was not a goddess of mercy or forgiveness. She was the final reckoning, the last step for those who could not escape their own darkness. She was the devourer of souls, and her hunger would never cease. In the stillness of the great hall, where the weight of eternity hung heavy in the air, two figures stood. The moment had come. The great scale loomed in the center, its delicate balance between light and dark, truth and lie, life and death. The air seemed to pulse with the breath of the ages, as if the universe itself held its breath. There, amidst the shadows and light, stood Thoth, the god of wisdom and knowledge, and Ma'at, the goddess of balance and truth. They were the record keepers, the ones who measured every action, every word, every thought, against the scales of justice. Thoth's eyes gleamed with the quiet wisdom of 1,000 years. His ibis head turned slowly, watching the proceedings with a gaze that never missed a detail. His long beak was curved with ancient knowledge, as he inscribed each moment in the book of life. Every soul that passed before him would be recorded, every action tallied, every truth laid bare. His role was clear, to write the fate of each soul, to preserve the stories of their lives in the great ledger of the cosmos. His words were more than ink on papyrus, they were the binding of the universe, the threads that connected all existence. But beside him, Ma'at stood, her presence as serene as it was powerful. She held the feather of truth, light as a whisper, yet heavy with the weight of justice. Her eyes, like pools of calm water, reflected the purity of balance, her every gesture an embodiment of harmony. Where Thoth was the keeper of knowledge, Ma'at was the keeper of balance, of right and wrong, of order and chaos. She stood with unwavering strength, her heart the anchor of the universe, her soul the measure by which all actions were weighed. The scene before them unfolded like the passage of time itself, slow, inevitable, and relentless. A soul, heavy with the weight of its deeds, stood before the great scales. The heart was placed carefully upon one side, its weight pressing down, a burden too great for some to bear. On the other side rested Ma'at's feather, pure and light, untouched by the darkness of the world. The judgment was about to be made, and the atmosphere crackled with tension. Thoth's pen hovered above the book of life. He did not speak, his role was to observe, to record. Every detail was etched into his mind, every sin, every virtue, every whisper of the heart. The gods of the underworld were silent, their eyes fixed on the scales, but it was Ma'at who held the true power. She was the embodiment of the principle that all things must be in balance, that every soul must be judged by the same measure of truth. Her feather, delicate as it was, carried the weight of the cosmos, for it was the standard by which all would be measured. As the heart settled onto the scales, the room seemed to hold its breath. The soul trembled, its every misdeed, every wrong, every betrayal coming to the surface like a rising tide. The weight of a lifetime's choices pressed down on the heart, and the scales began to tip. The feather fluttered, a faint breeze stirring around it, but it did not waver. Ma'at's eyes remained steady, her heart calm. She knew the scales would find their balance. It was her domain, her purpose. Thoth's hand moved. The quill in his grasp scratched across the papyrus, marking the fate of the soul before him. Every action, every thought, was accounted for, written down in the sacred book. The ink seemed to flow of its own accord, as if the very truth of the world had already been decided. He recorded, unflinchingly, the rise and fall of every heart that crossed his path. The soul, struggling beneath its own weight, was finally still. The scales had tipped, and Ma'at's feather had not moved. The heart, too heavy with its burdens, had failed. There would be no peace for this soul, no redemption. In the depths of the chamber, the darkness stirred, and the figure of Ammit appeared, her monstrous form looming over the soul. Her jaws, open wide, awaited the moment of reckoning. She would consume the soul, devouring it with her insatiable hunger, and it would never know rest. Thoth's quill paused, and for a moment, his eyes met Ma'at's. She nodded once, a silent affirmation of what was to come. There was no mercy here, no leniency. The judgment had been fair, and it had been true. The soul had failed to live in balance, to live by the laws of Ma'at, and now it would face the consequences. In that moment, the universe itself seemed to exhale, as the soul was consumed, swallowed by the darkness, its fate sealed forever. But this was not always the end. There were those who came before the scales with hearts light and true, unburdened by the weight of their misdeeds. Souls that had lived in harmony with Ma'at, whose actions had been guided by truth and justice, whose every step had been taken with care. These were the souls that passed through, that moved into the afterlife with grace, their fates written not in darkness, but in the shining light of Osiris' realm. For them, Ma'at's feather remained steady, unwavering. For them, the scales tipped in favor of their souls. As the last of the souls passed, Thoth turned his gaze to Ma'at. He had recorded their journeys, each one a story unto itself, each one a testament to the delicate balance between light and dark. But it was Ma'at who had guided them all, who had ensured that the judgment was fair, that the feather of truth never faltered. She had been the measure by which all had been weighed. In that moment, the air felt lighter. The tension of the judgment had passed, and the world seemed to breathe once again. Thoth's pen lowered, and Ma'at's feather fluttered softly in the wind. The scales, now empty, returned to their equilibrium. The universe had been set right, its balance restored. Thoth and Ma'at stood together, silent witnesses to the eternal cycle of life, death, and judgment. They were not gods of cruelty or punishment, but of truth and balance. In their hands lay the power to restore harmony to the world, to ensure that every soul was judged by the same measure of justice. For in their eyes, there was no difference between a king and a beggar, no difference between a hero and a villain. All were weighed by the same scales, all were judged by the same truth. And in that truth, there could be no doubt. The sky trembled as the storm raged above, dark clouds swirling like a cyclone, thick and oppressive. The roar of thunder split the heavens, echoing in the hearts of all who dared to listen. In the midst of the chaos, the ground shook beneath their feet, as though the earth itself was alive and trembling with fear. And there, amidst the turmoil, stood Sekhmet, her eyes glowing like burning coals, her body the living storm of power and rage. The goddess was not a mere presence in the storm, she was the storm itself. A lioness in form, Sekhmet had always been known for her incredible strength, her wild fury, and her undeniable sense of justice. Her name was whispered in awe and fear, for those who crossed her path felt her wrath as an unrelenting fire that could destroy all in its way. She was the Punisher, the one who brought swift retribution to the wicked. When chaos threatened the land, when the scales of justice tilted too far into imbalance, Sekhmet was there, her roar like a thunderclap, her claws tearing through the darkness. But just as quickly as the storm appeared, it could shift. Sekhmet was not just the goddess of destruction, she was the goddess of protection too. The same claws that tore into the enemies of Egypt could wrap around her people in a gentle embrace. Her fury was not blind, it was tempered by love and care. It was this dual nature that made her both feared and adored. She was a force that could rip apart anything that threatened the order of the world, but she was also the shield that protected the innocent from harm. One evening, in the midst of a sweltering desert night, a great battle unfolded just outside the walls of a city. The armies clashed, swords gleaming in the moonlight, shields raised in defiance, their cries of war ringing through the air. The chaos was palpable, the sound of steel against steel, the cries of the wounded, the desperate prayers of the innocent. But then, in the distance, something stirred. A deep growl echoed from the horizon, a sound that made the bravest men pause. At first, it was just a whisper, a murmur on the wind, but as the seconds passed, it grew louder, louder, until the very ground seemed to vibrate with its power. The soldiers turned, their faces pale, eyes wide in terror. For they knew that sound. It was the sound of Sekhmet's roar. She appeared as a lioness in the night, her golden fur shimmering like molten metal, her eyes fierce with the fire of justice. She was not here to join the battle, she was here to end it. With one mighty leap, she landed in the heart of the conflict, her presence a hurricane of destruction. Her claws, sharp as daggers, slashed through the enemy lines. In seconds, warriors who had once been a formidable force were now crumpled beneath her weight, their weapons useless in the face of her fury. She was merciless, there was no room for hesitation in her judgment. But it was not just bloodshed that she sought. As the battle raged on, she swept across the battlefield, her presence undeniable. The roar of her voice echoed across the land, and with each step, the fighting slowed. The air grew still, as if time itself was holding its breath. And in that moment, those who had fought for the wrong reasons began to see the truth. They had been pawns in a game that was not their own. Sekhmet, with a flick of her tail, brought them to their knees, not with the bite of her teeth, but with the force of her truth. And then, as suddenly as she had appeared, she was gone. The battlefield lay still, the storm of chaos now a peaceful silence. The soldiers who had lived through the encounter could hardly believe what had happened. They were not dead, they were alive, their bodies unharmed, yet they were changed. Sekhmet had punished those who deserved punishment, but she had spared those who could be saved. The storm had passed, and in its wake, there was a sense of order, a quiet peace that had not been there before. It was in this very duality, her capacity for destruction and protection, that Sekhmet's true power lay. She was not a simple goddess of rage, she was a goddess of balance. Her wrath was not just about punishing the guilty, it was about restoring order. She was the protector of the land, the guardian who stood between the forces of chaos and the people she swore to protect. And though her anger was fierce, her heart was just. Years passed, and the people of Egypt came to understand Sekhmet more deeply. They built great temples in her honor, praying to her not only for protection but for guidance. They knew that she could see the truth in their hearts, she could sense the good within them, as well as the darkness. To be in her presence was to face one's own soul, to see the balance between light and shadow that dwelled within. For some, this was a terrifying experience, but for others, it was a gift. To be seen, to be understood, was a kind of salvation. One such soul, a young warrior named Ammonius, had heard the stories of Sekhmet's fierce wrath, but he had never believed them. He was a soldier, a man who had fought in countless battles, believing that strength alone was the key to survival. He had never known the taste of defeat, and he had never truly considered the consequences of his actions. But one day, after a brutal campaign that left many innocents dead in its wake, Ammonius found himself standing before Sekhmet's temple. His heart was heavy with guilt, his soul restless with the weight of his choices. As he entered the temple, the air seemed to change. The walls, carved with images of Sekhmet in her lioness form, seemed to watch him with eyes full of knowing. And there, in the center of the temple, stood the goddess herself, her eyes burning with the power of the sun, her presence as vast and eternal as the desert. Ammonius knelt before her, unable to meet her gaze, his heart pounding in his chest. Sekhmet did not speak at first. She simply stood there, her gaze piercing him, searching his soul. And then, in a voice that was both thunderous and soothing, she asked, "What is it that you seek, warrior?" Ammonius' voice trembled as he spoke. "I seek redemption. I have taken life, and now I wonder if I have lost my own soul in the process." Sekhmet's eyes softened, and for a moment, she seemed less like a goddess of destruction and more like a mother who understood the pain of her children. "You seek redemption not through strength, but through balance," she said. "You are neither good nor evil, but you must learn to live with your actions. And when the time comes, I will be here, not as your punisher, but as your protector." Ammonius' heart trembled in that moment, and he knew that his life had just changed forever. Sekhmet, the goddess who had punished many, had shown him the way to balance, to peace. She had proven that true strength lay not in violence, but in the ability to understand and change. As Ammonius left the temple that day, the storm clouds had parted. The sun shone down upon him, and in that light, he could almost feel Sekhmet's presence beside him, watching over him as she had watched over Egypt for centuries. And for the first time, he understood what it meant to live in balance, not just with the world around him, but with the soul within. There was a stillness, the kind that fills every corner of the earth, that haunts every breath you take. It was a quiet so deep that even the stars above seemed to hold their breath. Beneath the earth, far from the warmth of the sun, there was a world of shadows, cold and unyielding. In that endless darkness, there ruled a queen. Ereshkigal, her name whispered in hushed tones among those who dared speak it. To speak her name was to invite the weight of eternity, a reminder of the power she held in the depths of the underworld. In the great below, there was no light, no joy. Only silence and sorrow, where the souls of the dead wandered in the eternal night. Ereshkigal, the queen, watched over it all with eyes that could pierce through the thickest shadows, her presence a constant reminder of the isolation that enveloped the realm. She ruled not with the fiery passion of a goddess like others, but with the quiet certainty of someone who knew what it was like to be lost in a world that would never let you go. She had not always been alone in her dark kingdom. Once, she had a sister, her companion, her equal. In the days before her reign, they had shared everything, laughter, love, and dreams. But that was long ago, before the betrayal. When her sister, Inanna, descended to the underworld, she did so with the hope of conquering it. She had not known the price of stepping into the queen's domain. And in the end, it was Ereshkigal who had to face the silence of betrayal, the sting of being left behind in a world where the warmth of companionship had long since faded. The day Ereshkigal had learned of her sister's death was the day the great below had become truly hers. The darkness had always been her companion, but now it had become her prison. She had no one left, only the cold stone of her throne, only the souls that passed through her kingdom, souls that would never speak, never truly look at her. She was alone, always alone. In the deep silence, a rustle disturbed the quiet. The gates of the underworld had opened again. A soul entered, a soul seeking passage through her realm. Ereshkigal's cold eyes flickered up from the darkness, a sense of unease crawling over her. It had been centuries since the gates had been disturbed, since someone had come with a purpose beyond mere passage. A mortal. A simple, insignificant mortal who knew nothing of the laws of the underworld. Yet, there he stood, looking around with wide eyes, searching for a way to escape. His fear seeped into the walls of the underworld, his pulse loud in her ears. It was a fear she was familiar with, her own fear from long ago, the fear of being trapped in a world that held no hope, no escape. Ereshkigal stood from her throne, her long, dark robe sweeping across the stone floor, and for the first time in ages, she felt a stir of something within her. Perhaps it was pity. Perhaps it was the flicker of a long-lost memory. But the mortal was insignificant, she reminded herself. Yet, he came to her, seeking a bargain. "I seek the return of my soul," the mortal pleaded, his voice shaking. "I was tricked. I have been taken before my time." Ereshkigal's lips parted, but no words escaped them. She stared at him, her gaze unwavering, and in that moment, something shifted. His words were familiar, too familiar. He, like so many others before him, was lost, and he had come to her in desperation. But unlike the others, he sought not to escape the underworld. He sought to make peace with it. She knew the laws, the rituals, the endless sorrow of the souls who wandered without purpose. And yet, as she looked at him, she realized something profound. Perhaps, just perhaps, this mortal was not so different from her after all. Both of them had been wronged, both of them had been trapped in a world that offered no escape, and both of them had been betrayed. The realization hit her like a shockwave, and for a moment, the silence of the underworld felt deafening. In the stillness, she spoke. "What is it that you seek, mortal? What do you hope to find in the depths of this place?" He looked at her, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and something else, perhaps hope. I seek a chance to make things right, he said, his voice barely above a whisper. To return to the world above, to make amends. Ereshkigal's gaze softened, but only slightly. There is no return, not for you, not for me, she said. We are both bound to this place, to this darkness. There is no forgiveness here. There is only the endless passage of time, and the silence of the lost. The mortal's shoulders slumped in defeat, but Ereshkigal did not feel satisfaction in his despair. Instead, she felt something stirring within her, something that had been buried for so long. A long-buried feeling of connection. You are not the only one who suffers, she said softly, almost to herself. I too am bound by the chains of the underworld. I too am trapped in this dark silence. I was once not so different from you, dreaming, hoping, loving. But that was long ago. The mortal blinked, as though her words had taken him by surprise. Then, what happened? Why are you the queen of this place if you are bound by it? Ereshkigal did not answer immediately. Her eyes drifted to the shadows, to the eternal night that stretched out before her. I became the queen because there was no one left to rule. The darkness took everything from me, and I took it in return. But there is no peace here. There is only the endless march of time, the silent procession of souls, and the weight of the lost. For a long moment, they stood there, two souls bound to the same fate, staring into the depths of the underworld. Ereshkigal's heart ached in a way she had long forgotten. Perhaps, in another life, in another world, things could have been different. But that world no longer existed. Only the great below remained. And so, the mortal left her, walking away into the darkness, never to return. But Ereshkigal remained, her heart heavy with the weight of the underworld's isolation. The quiet returned, but something had shifted. The darkness felt a little less cold, a little less final. Maybe, just maybe, there was room for a flicker of hope in the world below. The winds howled through the ruins of the battlefield, as if they carried with them the last breaths of the fallen. Blood stained the earth, the remnants of a war that had left no victor. In the midst of the devastation stood Nergal, his figure a dark silhouette against the crimson sky. The god of plague and war, a figure feared and revered, commanded the power of both life and death with a mere flick of his hand. But there was something different in the air that day, an unease, as if the very earth trembled under the weight of his presence. Nergal had always been a force of nature, a being who thrived in the chaos of destruction. To him, the screams of battle were a symphony, and the silence of the dead was but a canvas for his art. Yet, even for a god like him, power had its price. The weight of that power, the dominion over both the living and the dead, came at a cost that no one could fully comprehend. On this day, his grip on the world seemed a little less certain. The plagues he had unleashed upon the land had taken their toll, and the world seemed to buck under his power. The people of the earth had suffered, yes, but so too had the gods. Nergal had once been a warrior, a mighty conqueror who had risen to rule the heavens and the earth. But even gods could be brought low by the endless demands of power. It was during one of these moments of doubt, standing over the bodies of fallen kings and soldiers, that Nergal felt the call. It was faint at first, a whisper, a faint shiver that ran down his spine. But soon, the whisper grew into a roar. The power of the underworld, the dominion over the dead, had a way of reaching out to those who ruled it. Nergal's reign had always been a delicate balance between the living and the dead. The dead had no voice, no will of their own, they were his to command, to use as he wished. But now, something stirred in the shadows, a presence that challenged his rule. As Nergal stepped closer to the corpses, he saw a flicker of movement from the corner of his eye. It wasn't one of the living, but a shadow, a figure, its face obscured by darkness. It was the figure of someone he had once known, a god whose power had once rivaled his own. It was Namtaru, the god of fate. A being who had seen the rise and fall of empires, the twisting of time, and the flow of destiny. He had once stood at Nergal's side, a partner in the struggle for power. But now, he was nothing but a shadow, a lingering echo of a god long gone. Do you remember? Namtaru's voice was soft, like the rustling of the dead leaves in the wind. Do you remember the day we first met? The day we made our pact to rule over the dead? Nurgle's eyes narrowed. He remembered that day all too well. It had been a day of power, a day when he had known that he was destined to conquer, to rule over both the living and the dead. But that power came at a cost, a price that had taken away everything Nurgle had once held dear. You took it from me, Nurgle growled, stepping forward, his voice rising with fury. You took everything from me, my pride, my glory. And for what? To watch as I struggle to keep it all together? Namtaru's shadow shifted, and for a moment, it seemed as if he might step into the light. But then, he pulled back into the darkness. It was never meant to be easy, he said. Power is a cruel thing, Nurgle. It binds you, chains you. You sought to rule everything, but even gods cannot escape the cost of that ambition. Nurgle's rage flared, and in that instant, he felt the power of the plague surge within him. The ground beneath him cracked, and the sky seemed to darken as if the heavens themselves were mourning. He lifted his hands to the sky, summoning the forces that he had mastered for so long. The winds howled louder, carrying with them the cries of the dead, the echoes of those who had been claimed by his plagues and wars. But even as he raised his hands, a strange emptiness settled over him. The power surged, but it felt hollow, like a storm that raged without purpose. The dead, those who had once fallen before him in battle, no longer answered his call. The plague, his faithful companion, seemed to recoil from him as if it too had grown weary of the endless suffering. Namtaru's voice echoed again, this time sharper, more insistent. You are losing your grip, Nurgle. The dead are not your servants. They are not your toys to command. They belong to the earth, to fate. And no god, no matter how powerful, can escape that truth. For a moment, Nurgle stood frozen, his power flickering and waning. The air around him seemed to grow heavier, suffocating, as if the very earth was rejecting him. He had ruled over the dead for so long that he had forgotten what it was like to be one of them, to be a part of the inevitable cycle of life and death. But now, standing on that battlefield, surrounded by the bodies of the fallen, he realized something that sent a chill through his bones. The dead were not his to command. They were not his to control. They were a reminder of what happened when power consumed everything, when ambition bled into madness. The fallen kings, the warriors, the souls of those lost to his plagues, they were not his enemies. They were his equals, each bound by the same fate. As the realization settled over him, Nurgle felt the weight of his reign more keenly than ever. He had once sought to conquer death, to control the very forces that ruled the earth. But in doing so, he had lost himself. The bloodshed, the plagues, the endless wars, none of it had given him the peace he had hoped for. None of it had brought him the satisfaction he had craved. The winds began to die down, and the sky slowly cleared. The silence that followed was heavy, thick with the weight of his own thoughts. Nurgle looked out over the battlefield, over the bodies of those who had fallen, and he saw them in a new light. They were not just casualties of war or victims of plague. They were a part of something greater, something beyond his reach. He had never been the true ruler of death. He had only been its servant, just like everyone else. The ground trembled beneath the feet of the Gala demons, their heavy steps a grim reminder of their purpose. Shadows stretched unnaturally long as they moved through the desolate landscape, their eyes glowing like embers in the dead of night. The world seemed to hold its breath, as if even the air knew the arrival of these unyielding enforcers of the Underworld's will. Each step they took reverberated with a sense of finality, as if the earth itself acknowledged their power. The Gala were not like other demons, nor were they like any of the gods who walked the earth. Their very presence commanded silence, a silence that spoke of ancient truths, of things far darker and older than any mortal mind could fathom. They had no mercy, no pity, only an unwavering obedience to the divine forces that bound them to their fate. To them, the will of the gods was not a mere guideline. It was law. And those who defied it would be met with the full wrath of their cold, unrelenting justice. On this night, the moon hung low and sickly in the sky, its pale light casting an eerie glow over the land. A group of mortals had been offered the gift of life in exchange for their souls, a deal they had foolishly accepted. Now, they ran in terror, their footsteps quick and frantic as they sought refuge in the distant hills. But there would be no escape. The Gala demons were on their trail, and no mortal could outrun their fate. With every passing moment, the distance between the demons and their prey grew smaller. The mortals' breath came in ragged gasps, their hearts pounding in their chests as they heard the distant echoes of something dark and foreboding. The ground beneath their feet seemed to quake with each step of the approaching demons, and though they tried to run faster, their legs grew weaker, their minds clouded with panic. They were not foolish, not truly. They had heard the stories, whispered warnings of the Gala demons. But in their arrogance, they had believed that they could escape the grasp of the gods. Now, it was too late. The demons were closing in, their powerful strides unbroken, unstoppable. At the front of the pack, a woman stumbled, her foot catching on a loose stone. She fell to the ground with a cry, her hands scraping against the earth as she tried to push herself back to her feet. Tears welled in her eyes as she realized the truth: there would be no escape. The Gala were inevitable, and their judgment was swift and final. The sound of wings filled the air, low and heavy, as the first of the Gala demons appeared over the horizon. Their massive forms loomed like the very embodiment of death itself, their twisted, shadowy figures bearing down upon the mortals with a relentless, cold determination. Their eyes, burning like molten iron, saw everything. There was nowhere to hide, no prayer to offer, no plea that would stay their advance. In the blink of an eye, one of the demons was upon the woman, its clawed hand reaching out to grasp her by the throat. Her scream echoed through the night, but it was swallowed by the vast emptiness that surrounded her. The demon's grip tightened, its gaze unfeeling, as it lifted her off the ground. There was no malice in its actions, no cruelty, it was simply doing its duty. The woman's vision blurred, and as the world around her began to fade, she caught a glimpse of the other demons. They, too, were at work, their forms dancing through the shadows as they claimed the souls of the others. Each demon seemed to move with a purpose, as if guided by an unseen hand, a will far beyond the comprehension of mortals. The Gala were not creatures of chaos, nor were they driven by emotion. They were the embodiment of divine will, unyielding and unwavering. They had no need for anger or vengeance. Their existence was tied to the balance of the universe, to the eternal law that governed life and death. When the gods decreed that a soul was to be claimed, the Gala would carry out that task without question, without hesitation. As the last of the mortals was claimed by the demons, the Gala slowly began to fade into the shadows. Their work was done. The night air, once thick with fear and desperation, now settled into an unsettling calm. The earth, though scarred and torn by the struggle, seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. The balance had been restored, but at a cost. The Gala demons did not linger. They moved on, their work always unfinished, always ongoing. There were always more souls to claim, more mortals to punish or protect, depending on the will of the gods. Their existence was one of duty, not choice. They were neither good nor evil, they were the enforcers of fate, the agents of the divine will. As the demons disappeared into the night, the echoes of their footsteps lingered for just a moment longer. It was as if the land itself could not forget the weight of their presence. The woman's body lay still, her soul already claimed by the dark forces of the underworld, but she was not alone. Around her, the shadows seemed to pulse with the energy of the Gala's passing. The air was heavy with the knowledge that the world had been shaped by their actions, and that the divine will was not to be questioned. The story of the Gala demons was not one of mercy or compassion. It was a story of inevitability. They were the instruments of divine justice, and their task was not one to be understood by mortals. They were neither benevolent nor cruel, they simply were. And when they came, there was no escaping the fate they carried with them. The Gala were the arbiters of life and death, and their presence would always be felt, a reminder of the law that bound the world together. The earth beneath Justinana's feet was wet with dew, and the sky above was heavy with clouds, as though the heavens themselves mourned. It was a quiet, still morning, one of those rare moments when time seemed to slow, giving way to a deep, unspoken sadness that filled the air. Her heart was a heavy stone in her chest, and every step she took seemed to weigh more than the last. Her brother, Dumuzi, was gone. Taken from her, as if the world had decided that their bond was not to last. They had shared so much, the laughter, the quiet moments, the simple joys of life, but now, in the wake of his absence, she was left with nothing but the silence. Jestinana knelt by the river, her fingers brushing the surface of the water as if trying to touch some fragment of him, some trace of his essence. But the river gave nothing back, only the soft ripples spreading across its surface. A part of her wondered if her tears would blend into the water, if they would join with the memories of her brother. But even as the thought passed through her mind, she knew that the pain of loss was hers alone to bear. The days had stretched on, long and endless, each one filled with aching emptiness. The world around her had continued, indifferent to the grief that consumed her. And yet, as the seasons shifted and the earth began to breathe again, something stirred within her. A quiet voice, faint but insistent, began to whisper from deep within her soul. It spoke of sacrifice, of renewal, of something that could only be achieved through the painful acceptance of her loss. It was then that she understood. She, Jestinana, the mourning sister, was not meant to remain in the shadow of her grief forever. Her sorrow could be transformed, could be given a new purpose. And so, she set out for the temple, where the rituals of life and death were performed, and where the gods could offer their guidance. As she walked through the desert, the wind whispered through the tall grasses, and the sun beat down on her with relentless intensity. It felt as if the world itself was pressing down on her, demanding that she make a choice. She could remain in her mourning, forever consumed by the memory of her brother, or she could make a sacrifice. A sacrifice that would allow her to transform her sorrow into something new, something that could breathe life back into the world. The temple loomed in the distance, its stone walls standing tall against the horizon. As she approached, her heart began to race. This was no simple act. To sacrifice herself, to give up a part of who she was in the name of renewal, was a decision that could not be taken lightly. And yet, it was a decision that felt inevitable. Inside the temple, the air was cool and heavy with the scent of incense. The flickering flame of the altar cast shadows on the walls, and the priests moved quietly, their faces hidden beneath the folds of their robes. The gods had spoken, and the ritual was ready to begin. Jestinana stood before the altar, her hands trembling slightly as she held them out, palms facing upward. Her heart beat in her chest, and she could feel the weight of her grief still lingering, like a shadow that would never quite let her go. But she also felt something else, the faintest stirrings of hope, like the first breath of spring after a long, harsh winter. The high priest spoke the ancient words, his voice low and steady, and the others followed in unison. Jestinana closed her eyes and let the words wash over her, their meaning sinking deep into her soul. She knew what was being asked of her. She knew that she had to let go of her grief, to offer it up to the gods so that something new could emerge. The sacrifice was not easy. It was not simply a matter of giving up something small or insignificant. No, this was a sacrifice of the heart, a letting go of the very essence of who she had been. She was not merely mourning her brother, she was mourning the very part of herself that had lived in the shadow of that grief. As the ritual reached its climax, Jestinana felt a deep, aching warmth spread through her chest. It was as if something was being torn away, but in its place, something new was being born. The pain of loss still clung to her, but it was no longer all-consuming. It was as if the grief had been transformed, its sharp edges softened, its weight lightened. When the ritual ended, Jestinana opened her eyes. She felt different, changed. The temple, once a place of sorrow and fear, now seemed filled with light, as if the very air had been infused with a new energy. She could feel the presence of her brother, not as an absence, but as a part of her, woven into the very fabric of her being. The sun was beginning to set as she walked back to the river, and for the first time in weeks, she felt a sense of peace settle over her. The world had not stopped turning, but in her heart, something had shifted. She could feel her grief, but it no longer ruled her. It had become a part of the cycle of life, of the inevitable ebb and flow of existence. Through sacrifice, through letting go, she had found the strength to renew herself. The river, now bathed in the soft light of twilight, seemed to welcome her. She knelt by its edge once more, her fingers brushing the water, and this time, she felt a sense of connection, not loss. She could hear the whisper of the wind in the trees, and in it, she could almost hear the voice of her brother, soft, distant, but present. He had not truly gone. He was with her, always, in the memories they had shared and in the love that would never fade. Justinana rose to her feet, and as she looked out across the water, she knew that her journey was far from over. The sacrifice had been made, and the renewal had begun, but there would always be more to learn, more to give. The mourning sister had become something more. And in that transformation, she had found a new path, one where sacrifice and renewal could coexist, and where grief, though deep, could be a bridge to something beautiful. The winds howled through the darkened valleys, carrying with them an eerie chill that sunk deep into the bones. The earth trembled with the weight of an ancient power, and the sky above was blanketed in a thick, suffocating fog that clung to everything it touched. It was a place where time seemed to stand still, where the pulse of life and death beat in perfect rhythm, and where all who entered were bound by an unspoken rule. There was no turning back. In the heart of this desolate land stood a figure, a woman, but not like any other. Her gaze was both distant and knowing, her eyes pools of shadow that seemed to pierce through the very fabric of existence. She was a ruler, but not the kind one would find in the halls of kings or gods. No, she ruled a kingdom of stillness, of shadows, of endings. Her name was Hell. Hell was not born from the gentle embrace of life. She came from the cold grasp of the unknown, from a place untouched by warmth or joy. The daughter of Loki, the trickster god, and the giantess Angerboa, she was never meant to fit into the world of the living. Her very existence was a contradiction, a blend of the divine and the monstrous, of light and darkness, of life and death. But she was not cursed, no, she was chosen. The moment she was born, her body reflected the nature of her being. Half of her was as pale as the snow that covered the frozen land, her skin ghostly and lifeless, while the other half was dark as night, a stark contrast to the world she was meant to rule. Her features were sharp, but there was something strangely alluring in the way she held herself, commanding yet calm, fierce yet composed. She was the perfect reflection of her domain, where life and death existed side by side, each one just a breath away from the other. Hell was not a goddess of vengeance or wrath. She was the ruler of what lay beyond, the keeper of those who had passed from the world of the living. Her kingdom, Helheim, was not a place of torment but of acceptance, a place where souls wandered in eternal stillness, untouched by the worries and pains of life. It was not a place of punishment, but a place of waiting. Those who entered would never feel hunger, pain, or fear again, but neither would they feel joy, love, or the warmth of the sun. Her domain was vast, stretching out in every direction like an endless sea of darkness. The land was barren, save for the scattered remnants of those who had gone before, their memories fading with time. There were no stars in the sky, no sound in the air, only the quiet whispers of the dead. In the distance, a pale and lifeless river wound through the landscape, its waters as still as the world itself. Hell's throne sat at the heart of this land, a seat carved from the very stone of the earth, cold and unyielding. It was a throne that no mortal or god dared approach, for to do so was to accept the reality of death itself. Hell sat there, her back straight, her gaze unblinking, ruling over the endless procession of souls that passed through her kingdom. She did not judge, for that was not her role. The souls that entered Helheim were neither punished nor rewarded, they simply were. Their fate had been decided before their arrival. For some, it was a peaceful rest. For others, it was an endless wandering, lost in the silence of eternity. But all of them, in the end, were at peace in their own way. There were those who feared hell, as they feared death itself. They whispered of her cold heart, of her lifeless gaze, and of her silent command over the realm of the dead. But those who truly understood her knew that she was not a being to be feared. She was a necessity, a force that brought balance to the world. Without her, the dead would never find rest, and the living would never know the value of life. Her role was a lonely one, but it was one she embraced without hesitation. She had no need for companionship, for her thoughts were always occupied with the souls under her care. They were her people, her subjects, and in their passing, she found her purpose. She did not need to be loved or adored. She simply needed to be. On rare occasions, she would leave her throne and walk among the souls, observing them as they drifted through the mist. She would speak to them, her voice soft but unwavering, offering them guidance or solace, but never interfering in their journey. For Hel knew that death was not the end, but the beginning of a new journey, one that could not be altered by anyone, not even her. There were those who sought to defy her, who believed they could escape the cold grasp of Helheim. Warriors who fell in battle, heroes who had lived their lives with honor, kings who had ruled with wisdom, all of them thought they could cheat death, avoid Hel's domain. But none could escape. For Hel was the final gatekeeper, the last stop on the journey of existence. Those who tried to run from her, who tried to challenge her dominion, would find only a cold, endless darkness that swallowed them whole. And yet, Hel was not cruel. She did not take pleasure in their defeat. Instead, she welcomed them as she did all who passed through her gates, with calm acceptance. Her kingdom was a place where souls could rest, where the burdens of life could finally be set down. It was a place of peace, but also of silence. A place where time stood still, and the only sound was the soft murmur of eternity. Hel ruled over Helheim, yes. But she also ruled over the very nature of death itself. She was not the end of all things, but the keeper of the balance, the one who ensured that the cycle of life and death continued. She did not pity those who entered her kingdom, nor did she mourn their passing. She simply accepted it as the natural order. As the wind howled around her throne and the shadows deepened, Hel sat in silence. She was not alone, not truly. For in her domain, the dead were never truly gone. They lived on, in memory and in purpose, woven into the very fabric of her being. And in that stillness, there was a strange beauty, a beauty that only those who understood death could see. There are few forces in the world more unpredictable than the wind, but Loki was one of them. If you listened close enough, you could almost hear the distant crackle of thunder when his name was whispered. It wasn't the thunder that was frightening, though, it was the uncertainty it carried. For where Loki walked, chaos followed, and where chaos took root, all order began to fall apart. Loki, with his wild, unruly hair, his mischievous smile, and his eyes that flickered between mirth and malice, was never easy to understand. He didn't fit neatly into any mold. One moment, he was laughing alongside gods and mortals alike, his words light and full of trickery. The next, he was a shadow, a looming threat that could break everything he just built. People loved him, feared him, hated him, sometimes all at once. But Loki didn't care for love or hate. He thrived on something else, disruption. He was a force, a whirlwind that tore through the calm of everyday life, leaving behind a trail of confusion and fear, but also of something deeper, truth. Loki wasn't just a god of mischief. He was a harbinger of death. His pranks and schemes, which were often seen as harmless games, hid something darker beneath them. Every time he twisted the fate of another, every time he smiled and told a lie, he pulled the strings of something much grander and far more destructive. Loki had always known that death, too, was part of the great trick of life. And that was where his true power lay. It wasn't the obvious acts of violence or destruction that defined Loki's role in the universe. It was the subtle, almost invisible ways in which he manipulated fate. He would take a step back, watching with a sly grin, as people made decisions, as they charted their own paths that led them right into his web. He would let them believe they were in control, let them think they were the masters of their destiny, until the moment came when he pulled the rug out from under them. It was only then that they saw the truth. Death wasn't something that happened when the body expired. It was something much deeper. It was woven into every moment of every life. And Loki was the one who wove it. He was the spark that ignited wars, the whisper that caused betrayals, the false promise that lured the unsuspecting into traps. People followed him, but they didn't know why. They sought his favor, not understanding that in doing so, they were bringing themselves closer to their doom. Yet Loki reveled in it, in the beauty of it all. For him, death wasn't something to be feared, it was something to be embraced, for without it, there could be no change, no growth. Without death, there could be no new life. Loki was a god who understood this duality like no other. He knew the thin line between creation and destruction, life and death, and he danced on that line with a reckless abandon that both terrified and fascinated those around him. He was neither good nor evil, neither a force for life nor a force for death. He was everything at once. He was the trickster and the destroyer, the creator and the ender. His laughter echoed through the halls of the gods, ringing with the sound of 1,000 lies and 1,000 truths, each one more dangerous than the last. But it wasn't just the gods who felt the weight of his power. Mortals, too, were at the mercy of his whims. How many lives had he shaped with a single word? How many futures had he twisted, pulling them out of alignment, sending them down paths that led to ruin? It wasn't always the grandiose acts of destruction that caught the eye, though. Sometimes it was the small things. The casual whispers, the unexpected turns, the fleeting moments when everything seemed fine, but underneath, everything was changing. And Loki was always watching, always waiting, always laughing. There were those who believed he had no heart, no soul. After all, how could someone who caused so much pain and chaos have any compassion? But there was a part of Loki that no one could ever truly understand. He loved the world, perhaps in his own twisted way. It was because of his love that he wanted to see it grow, to see it evolve. And for that to happen, it needed to be shaken. It needed to be torn apart. And Loki was the one who would do it. He was the one who would stand at the edge, watching as the world fell into chaos, knowing that in the end, something new would rise from the ashes. But this wasn't just about destruction for destruction's sake. There was a purpose to it all, a deeper meaning. Every piece of chaos Loki sowed, every heart he broke, every life he ruined, it all served a greater plan. He was the one who set the stage for the end of the gods. For in the end, Loki would be the one who would bring about Ragnarok, the final battle that would wipe the slate clean. But even as he prepared for that inevitable moment, even as he worked tirelessly to pull the strings of fate, Loki never stopped laughing. Because he knew that even in the darkest moments, even in the chaos, there was beauty. There was a strange, terrible beauty in it all. As the years passed, and as the signs of Ragnarok began to manifest, Loki's role became more evident. He was the one who would betray, the one who would tear apart alliances and friendships, the one who would set the world ablaze with fire and fury. But no one could stop him. For he was a force beyond reckoning, a being who existed not just to destroy but to create, not just to cause pain but to reveal truth. Loki was not a god who could be understood in simple terms. He was a god of contradictions, a god who lived for the thrill of the moment, who reveled in chaos, but who also knew that in chaos there was a strange order. He was the trickster and the harbinger of death, and perhaps, in the end, he was the one who understood life the best. For Loki knew that death wasn't the end. It was only the beginning of a new game. And the game, as always, would be played on his terms. Beneath the mighty roots of Yggdrasil, the great world tree, something stirred, a darkness so ancient, so consuming, that it threatened to swallow everything in its path. It was a serpent, coiled and hungry, its scales black as night, its eyes gleaming with the fire of 1,000 lost souls. Nidhogg, the serpent of destruction, the one who fed on the very lifeblood of the world. From the shadows of the roots, Nidhogg watched. And waited. His hunger was endless, gnawing at the very foundation of existence itself. The roots of Yggdrasil, which held the worlds together, were his domain, and in those roots, he found all he needed to survive, souls, ancient and new, the remnants of lives long past and those yet to come. He devoured them all. It wasn't just hunger that drove him. No, Nidhogg was something far darker. He was the embodiment of destruction, a force that existed to undo everything that had been created. He wasn't just a serpent, he was a destroyer, an agent of entropy, of decay. Where there was life, Nidhogg would come to consume it, to drag it back into the cold embrace of nothingness. And from that nothingness, new life would never rise. For Nidhogg was the end, the final, unavoidable descent into the void. The serpent slithered through the roots of Yggdrasil, the earth tree, its massive, writhing body hidden deep within the dark crevices of the world. The sound of its movement was like a low, rumbling thunder, distant, yet inevitable. Each movement was a promise of destruction, each turn of its great coils a harbinger of doom. The roots of Yggdrasil were not simply a source of life, they were also the path to death, and Nidhogg's insatiable appetite ensured that death would never be far from anyone. For ages, Nidhogg had been there, growing stronger with every soul he consumed. His hunger was relentless, gnawing at the very fabric of existence, dragging the dead into his maw, devouring them until nothing was left but emptiness. Yet, even as he consumed, even as he tore apart the very essence of life, he never stopped watching. Always watching. The serpent knew the truth, that death was not an end, but a process. It was the inevitable return to the dark, from which all things came and to which all things must return. And Nidhogg was the one who would see that it happened. The worlds above, unaware of the dangers that festered in the roots of the world tree, continued on, unaware of the serpent's hunger. The gods and mortals alike lived their lives, oblivious to the growing darkness beneath them. But beneath the soil, in the deep roots of Yggdrasil, Nidhogg's power grew. He did not strike suddenly. No, he was patient. He was ancient. His hunger was not a mere momentary need. It was a force that had been building for eons, a cycle that had never been broken. He was a part of the balance, the destruction that had to come in order for new things to be born. But Nidhogg did not care for the balance of the worlds. He cared for nothing but his hunger. He would wait. But as the centuries passed, Nidhogg's hunger began to change. It grew darker, more insidious. No longer content to simply consume the souls of the dead, the serpent began to reach out, pulling from the living as well. His influence seeped into the minds of men and gods alike, whispering promises of power, of immortality. His darkness began to spread like a poison, corrupting hearts and minds, drawing them closer to the root of all things, closer to the abyss. The serpent's touch was subtle. It didn't strike immediately. Instead, it worked its way into the hearts of those who would listen. It found the cracks in their souls, the weaknesses in their resolve, and with a single, venomous whisper, it pulled them down. One by one, they came to him, offering their souls in exchange for the promise of power. But Nidhogg never gave anything for free. For every soul he consumed, another part of the world was undone. Each soul he swallowed was a small piece of the world's life, devoured and lost forever. And so it went, this slow, grinding destruction, as the serpent worked its way through the world, tearing at the roots of Yggdrasil, the very tree that held the cosmos together. Nidhogg's influence spread far and wide, like a plague, but not one that could be seen or fought. It was the decay of hope, the slow erosion of will, the consuming darkness that turned every soul it touched into something less than it was. But there was one thing Nidhogg didn't understand. The serpent could consume the souls of the dead, but it could never destroy the idea of life itself. No matter how much he fed, no matter how much darkness he spread, there was always something left, something that could not be consumed. There was always the possibility of renewal. And yet, Nidhogg would never stop. The serpent's nature was to destroy, to consume, to bring everything back into the darkness from which it came. He was the embodiment of the end, and he would never stop gnawing at the roots of existence, for to do so would be to deny his own being. The roots of Yggdrasil trembled under the weight of his hunger, but they would not break. Nidhogg, however, did not care. His hunger would never cease. It was in his nature to consume, to destroy, to devour everything in his path. And when the worlds finally fell, when the great tree that held them all together crumbled into dust, Nidhogg would still be there, coiled in the dark, watching as everything returned to nothingness. The battle was over. The clash of steel against steel, the screams of the dying, the heavy, desperate breaths of warriors who fought for glory, for honor, for something far deeper, now, all of it faded into silence. The ground was littered with bodies, warriors who had given their all and fallen in the frenzy of combat. But in the stillness, something moved through the mist, unseen by mortal eyes. They were the Valkyries, the chosen women of Odin, the ones who watched, waited, and decided who would join the honored dead in Valhalla. Their wings were like the whispers of the wind, unseen but always felt. Their presence was like a cold breath on the back of the neck, stirring the very air around them, pulling the fallen into the fold of fate. But they did not speak. No, the Valkyries were more than mere messengers of death. They were the guides, the ones who walked through the carnage with the unblinking gaze of the divine, determining which souls were worthy of Odin's hall and which would remain in the shadows, lost forever. One by one, the Valkyries descended from the heavens above, their armor glinting in the fading light, their eyes cold and piercing as they scanned the battlefield. Each soul that lay on the ground, each warrior who had given their life in a fight of honor, was now at their mercy. The Valkyries did not take pity. They did not weep. They were not here to mourn the fallen. They were here to ensure that the cycle of life and death continued. Their task was simple, and yet, it weighed on them in ways no mortal could understand. The decision they made would send these warriors to their final resting place, a place where only the worthy would rise again. Among the fallen, one warrior lay motionless, his sword still gripped tightly in his hand. He had fought valiantly, his body broken but his spirit unyielding. His name was lost to time, but his courage would never be forgotten. As the Valkyrie hovered over him, she knelt, her cold fingers brushing against his blood-stained brow. She could see the fire in his eyes even in death, a fire that spoke of bravery, of honor, of a warrior who had lived for the fight. She could feel the weight of his soul, the echoes of his life flashing before her in a series of images, his youth, his battles, his victories, and his losses. He had been a warrior, but had he been a worthy one? That was the question the Valkyrie would have to answer. Her hand hovered over his chest, and in that moment, she knew. She saw the valor in his heart, the dedication to his cause, and the courage that had carried him through the hardest trials. He had fought not for wealth, not for fame, but for something pure, for the honor of his comrades, for the love of his homeland, and for the strength of his own spirit. It was that strength that earned him a place in Valhalla, in Odin's Hall of Warriors. With a final, deliberate movement, the Valkyrie reached down, lifting the warrior's soul from his broken body. It was a silent, sacred act. The warrior's soul shone with a bright, ethereal light as the Valkyrie carried him upward, her wings unfurling like a storm of light, breaking through the mist of the battlefield. As she flew toward the heavens, she heard the faintest whisper of the warrior's final breath, the quiet acceptance that his fate had been sealed. But not all souls were as fortunate. Some had fought with fear, not honor. Some had fought for power, not for the greater good. These were the souls that the Valkyries judged with a cold, unyielding gaze. They would not join Odin's hall. They would not taste the sweet air of Valhalla. Instead, their souls would be cast into the shadows, left to wander in the darkness of Helheim, where they would be forgotten, forever lost to the cycle of death. It was not a decision the Valkyries took lightly. Each soul they guided was a soul forever changed. The power they held was immense, but so too was the responsibility. Every life, every death, was a part of the grand tapestry woven by the Norns, the weavers of fate. The Valkyries did not choose the paths of the warriors. They only walked the road already set before them. They were servants of fate, bound by the will of the gods, their lives intertwined with the balance of life and death. But there was a sadness in their eyes, a sadness that could never be fully explained. Perhaps it was the knowledge that no warrior, no matter how mighty, could escape death. Perhaps it was the understanding that even the strongest, the bravest, would one day fall. Or perhaps it was the weight of their eternal task, guiding the souls of the fallen, one by one, knowing that their job would never end, that they would never rest. The Valkyries were bound to the cycle, forever watching over the battlefields, forever taking part in the dance of life and death. As the Valkyries continued their solemn work, the battlefield grew quiet once more. The wind whispered through the trees, and the first stars of the evening sky began to twinkle above. The souls of the fallen were taken, each one making their way to their final resting place. Some would join Odin's hall, where they would fight and feast until the end of time. Others would fall into darkness, their fate sealed, never to rise again. And yet, as the Valkyries vanished into the night, one couldn't help but feel the pull of their presence, the weight of their decision, and the knowledge that the world would never be the same. The warriors who had fought so fiercely, who had given their lives in battle, were not forgotten. They had been honored, their sacrifices immortalized in the halls of Valhalla and beyond. For in the end, the Valkyries were not just guides, they were keepers of the fallen's legacy, the ones who ensured that their honor, their bravery, would never fade into nothingness. They were the guardians of the warriors' fates, and their work was far from over. The wind howled through the desolate hills, its mournful wail carried by the night, echoing through the quiet of the darkened world. Beneath the thick cloud cover, the land was draped in shadow, untouched by the warmth of the sun. There was no light here, except the flickering, fleeting glow of ancestral fires that burned in forgotten places, where the dead spoke in whispers that chilled the spine. In this bleak expanse stood a figure, cloaked in black, face hidden from view. He was known as Dawn, the Dark One. The air around him seemed to pulse with an ancient power, a presence that drew the soul into a deep, uncomfortable stillness. Where he walked, the very earth trembled, and those who stood in his shadow would feel the cold grip of death creeping at their heels. Dawn was not just a figure of darkness. He was the keeper of ancestral spirits, the one who guided the souls of the departed from the land of the living to the eternal realm beyond. But his realm was not one of peace. It was a place where the souls were not welcomed with open arms, but passed through with grim determination. There was no warmth in his presence, no comfort in his gaze. He was the silent figure who ensured that the dead crossed into the afterlife, no matter the cost. The wind shifted, carrying with it the scent of old earth, of moss-covered stones and ancient rituals. Dawn moved, his cloak billowing behind him like a shadow of despair. His footsteps were heavy, and as they fell upon the earth, the ground seemed to shudder, as though acknowledging his power. There was a ceremony that must be followed. The passage of souls was never easy. It required sacrifice, and Dawn was always ready to make it. His dark, hollow eyes settled on a place where the earth seemed to break, a crack opening wide, as though the land itself was a wound that could never be healed. This was the crossing, the boundary between the living and the dead. No mortal could pass without assistance, and it was Dawn who stood as the gatekeeper, the judge of the spirits who came to seek their passage. He was ancient, older than the world itself, an entity that predated even the earliest ancestors. They had come to him long ago, those who had passed, and he had welcomed them all, each soul marked with a unique fate. Yet, in his eyes, they were all the same. To Dawn, the living and the dead were not separate, but two sides of the same coin, destined to meet, destined to part, destined to return once more. His power was to ensure that crossing occurred as it should, and that no soul strayed from its path. Tonight, however, there was something different in the air. A tremor in the land, a pull of energy he had not felt in centuries. Something had come to challenge him. A young woman, pale and trembling, appeared before him, her footsteps unsure as she crossed into the land of shadows. She was no warrior, no ancient soul seeking rest. She was someone caught between the worlds, trapped in the moment between life and death. Her face, though beautiful, was marked with fear. Her chest rose and fell in shallow breaths, and her eyes, wide with terror, searched the land for something, anything that might guide her. Dawn watched her with unreadable eyes. He knew why she was here. She had come to seek the path that would lead her back to the living, to the one she had left behind. But Dawn was not kind. He was the keeper of those who had crossed into the eternal dark, and it was not his duty to guide the living back. Yet he also knew that some souls would fight to return to the world they knew, clawing through the boundary between life and death in defiance. Her voice broke the silence. "I cannot stay," she whispered, her words barely audible over the wind. "I must go back. My family." Dawn did not answer. His presence alone was enough to silence her further. His gaze was not one of malice, but of cold inevitability. The souls that came before him were not his concern. What mattered was the crossing, the journey they had to take, and what awaited them on the other side. The woman faltered, her hands trembling. She was a part of the living world, yet now she stood on the edge of it, teetering on the brink of the unknown. She did not understand the finality of her choice, the depth of her separation from those she loved. All she knew was that she could not go, that she was not ready to leave. But Dawn was the keeper of all things that moved between life and death, and he saw through the veil of her fear. He saw the fleeting moments of her life, the joy, the sorrow, the love, and the grief, and he understood the ties that bound her to the world she had left behind. Yet there was no return, not for her, not for any soul. The bridge had already been crossed. Slowly, Dawn extended a hand toward her, his fingers long and skeletal, a gesture that held no warmth. His eyes locked with hers, and in that gaze, she felt the weight of everything, every soul that had passed, every life that had been lived and lost. It was a burden too heavy to bear, and yet she had to. "You cannot return," Dawn's voice was low, rumbling like thunder beneath the earth. "Your time has ended." She shook her head in denial. "Please," she whispered. "I don't want to go." Dawn's expression softened ever so slightly. For a moment, there was a flicker of something in his eyes, a brief trace of understanding, perhaps even pity. He knew what it was to be bound to a world that no longer had a place for you. He had seen countless souls struggle with the same yearning. But none of them could return. "You are bound to the path," he said quietly. "It is your time." The wind picked up again, swirling around them in a frenzy. The world beyond the crossing darkened as the space between them narrowed. Her pleading grew weaker, the air pressing against her chest as though something was pulling her away from the living world, from the echoes of the life she had known. With one last breath, she stepped forward into the dark, into the endless unknown. Dawn stood in silence, watching her vanish into the mist, her footsteps swallowed by the shadows of the underworld. And the earth, once more, settled into its quiet rhythm, awaiting the next soul to cross, as Dawn moved silently into the night, his power absolute, his purpose clear. The dead would pass, as they always had, and he would guide them on their way. The battlefield was soaked in blood, the earth trembling beneath the weight of countless bodies. The air hung heavy with the metallic scent of iron and death. Crows circled overhead, their cries sharp and piercing, as though they were mocking the fallen. Among them stood a figure cloaked in black, her shadow stretching unnaturally long across the ground. Her eyes burned like embers, and her presence made even the bravest warriors falter. She was Morrigan, the Phantom Queen, goddess of battle and prophecy. A wounded soldier gasped for breath, his trembling hand clutching the dirt as if it could keep him tethered to life. He looked up and saw her. Her dark hair tangled like storm clouds, and her lips curved into a faint, knowing smile. He shivered, though he could not tell if it was from pain or the icy dread that seeped into his bones. Her gaze held no pity, only certainty, as if she already knew his fate. And perhaps she did. The crows grew louder, their wings cutting through the air as they swooped lower. One landed beside her, its beady eyes fixed on the dying man. She knelt, her slender fingers brushing against his bloody cheek. "Do you fear me?" she asked, her voice soft, yet laced with something ancient and unyielding. He tried to answer, but his throat was too dry. She tilted her head, waiting, before speaking again. "You should." Her words carried the weight of inevitability. She was no mere goddess of war, she was the one who decided which warriors would rise victorious and which would fall. But her power did not end with battle. She saw what others could not. She glimpsed the strings of fate, weaving and unraveling, and she pulled them without hesitation. As the man's breathing slowed, Morrigan stood and turned her gaze to the horizon. The battle was far from over. Armies clashed like waves against rocks, and the ground trembled under their fury. She stepped forward, her bare feet leaving no trace upon the earth. Soldiers froze at the sight of her, their hearts pounding as though they had already met their end. To see Morrigan on the battlefield was to face the truth, death was close. Her form seemed to shift as she moved, her shadow stretching into the shape of wings, her presence flickering between human and something far less mortal. Some claimed she could take the form of a raven, flying high above the carnage, choosing her victims from afar. Others whispered that she walked among the dead, feeding on their pain and despair. She stopped beside a warrior locked in combat, his sword slick with blood. He did not see her, but he felt her. A sudden chill gripped him, and his hands began to tremble. The enemy took advantage of his hesitation, driving a blade deep into his chest. Morrigan watched as he fell, her lips curving into the faintest smile. The crows descended, tearing at the flesh of the fallen. She raised her arms, and the birds scattered, circling above her like an unholy crown. The ground beneath her feet seemed to pulse, as though it recognized her dominion. She was more than a goddess of war, she was the voice of prophecy, the weaver of fate, and the keeper of souls. In the distance, a warrior screamed her name, begging for her mercy. She did not turn. Mercy had no place on the battlefield. She thrived in chaos, feeding on the desperation and fear of those who dared to defy her. Yet, there was something else in her eyes, something deeper than bloodlust. She saw what others could not, the threads of destiny stretched thin, tangled and fraying. She knew what lay ahead, the shadows creeping ever closer, threatening to consume everything. She had warned them before, whispered omens in their dreams, and carved messages into the bark of ancient trees. But they had not listened. They never did. Now, as the ground shook beneath the weight of countless footsteps and the sky darkened with smoke, she felt it coming. The end was near. The world would burn, and she would watch it fall. Not with joy, but with purpose. For destruction was not the end. It was the beginning of something new. The crows cried out again, and Morrigan lifted her arms, her voice rising above the chaos. She called to the spirits, summoning them from the shadows. The air thickened, and the wind carried their whispers, 1,000 voices speaking as one. The warriors trembled, their swords heavy in their hands. And then, as suddenly as she had appeared, she was gone. Only the crows remained, their eyes sharp and knowing, as though they carried her will. The battle raged on, but the soldiers fought with a new fear, knowing that she had marked them. A young woman knelt beside her fallen brother, tears streaking her face as she clutched his lifeless hand. She looked up at the crows, their black feathers gleaming like obsidian, and she knew. Morrigan had been here. And where Morrigan walked, death always followed. The wind carried the sound of wings, and the woman shuddered. Somewhere in the shadows, the Phantom Queen watched, her gaze fixed on the horizon. The battle was far from over. More lives would be lost. More souls would cross into the unknown. And Morrigan would be there, waiting. Always waiting. The sound of hooves echoed in the mist, sharp and unrelenting. It was neither night nor day, but a place between, where shadows stretched endlessly and the sky bled silver. The hounds came first, their eyes burning like embers, their howls carrying the weight of something ancient and unspeakable. Behind them rode a figure cloaked in black, his pale face barely visible beneath the hood. Around, Lord of End, had arrived. The villagers knew better than to look directly at him, but fear forced their eyes upward. He rode a pale horse, its breath steaming like smoke as it tore through the fog. The hounds fanned out, their sleek bodies weaving through the mist, hunting something unseen. No one spoke. No one moved. They waited, hearts pounding, knowing that death or salvation could follow in his wake. A child cried out, and the sound shattered the silence. The hounds froze. Around's head turned slowly, his piercing eyes finding the source of the noise. The mother pulled her child close, her trembling hands pressed tightly over the girl's mouth. Around did not speak. He did not need to. The hounds growled low, but with a flick of his hand, they turned away. The mother collapsed to her knees, clutching the child as tears streamed down her face. The air thickened, and the mist seemed to pulse like a living thing. Around dismounted, his boots making no sound as they touched the earth. The villagers whispered stories of End, a paradise for the dead, where endless feasts and golden halls awaited those who earned it. But they also spoke of the shadows beneath its beauty, where souls wandered lost and broken. Around ruled them all, the gentle and the damned. He stepped toward a man who knelt before him, his head bowed. The man's face was streaked with dirt and sweat, his body trembling. He had been called, though he did not know why. Araun reached out, his cold fingers brushing against the man's forehead. For a moment, the man's eyes rolled back, and his body shuddered. Then, as quickly as it began, it was over. The man stood, his face calm, as if he had already crossed into another world. Araun's voice cut through the air, low and steady. "You are ready." The villagers watched as the man followed him into the mist, the hounds moving silently beside them. No one dared speak until they were gone. And even then, no one knew whether the man had been chosen for glory or punishment. The forest whispered as Araun passed, the trees bowing under his gaze. He moved like a shadow, his steps leaving no trace. And awaited him, a kingdom beneath the earth, where the light was golden and eternal, but the air carried the weight of countless voices. The dead lingered here, their faces frozen in longing or despair. In the great hall, torches flickered along the walls, casting strange shadows. Feasts stretched endlessly, the tables heavy with fruits and meats that never spoiled. Music filled the air, but beneath it, there was a hum, a sound that scraped at the edges of the mind. Araun stood at the head of the hall, his eyes scanning the crowd. The dead bowed their heads, their laughter fading into silence. He raised his hand, and the music stopped. A man stepped forward, his face pale and drawn. "I failed," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. Araun steadied him, his expression unreadable. "Yes." The man fell to his knees, his hands trembling. "Forgive me." Araun did not answer. Instead, he turned to the hounds. They rose as one, their eyes fixed on the man. He did not scream as they closed in, but his face twisted with a silent agony that made the others look away. The hounds fed quickly, and when they were done, there was nothing left. The feast resumed, but the air was heavier now. The dead laughed too loudly, their movements quick and nervous. Araun returned to his throne, his gaze distant. He ruled this place, but he did not belong to it. He was both guardian and captor, guiding souls to their rest and binding others to endless torment. Outside the hall, the mist crept in through the cracks, swallowing the paths that led back to the world of the living. Few ever returned, and those who did carried stories that twisted into nightmares. They spoke of the hounds, whose eyes burned like fire, and of Araun, whose voice could shatter the soul. But there were others, those who whispered of Anne's beauty, of the peace that came with surrendering to its embrace. They said that Araun's touch was not always cold, that his voice could soothe even the deepest wounds. To them, he was not a terror, but a savior, guiding the lost to a paradise beyond mortal pain. Yet, the hound still howled in the distance, and the mist never lifted. Araun stood at the threshold, his pale face unreadable, as he watched the souls drift toward him. Whether they came in fear or hope, it did not matter. And awaited them all. The forest stood still, its breath caught in the chill of early dawn. Mist hung low, curling around ancient trees like restless spirits. The earth felt alive, thrumming with a heartbeat that seemed to come from beneath the soil. A shadow moved among the trees, slow, deliberate, almost primal. Antlers broke through the fog first, rising like branches toward the sky. Then came the figure beneath them. Sunanos. His eyes glowed faintly, reflecting the dim light of the waking sun. He wore no crown, yet the weight of his antlers carried the power of a king. His body was marked with symbols carved by time itself, and his steps left no trace, as if the earth itself bowed to his presence. Creatures gathered near him, deer with soft eyes, foxes slinking low, and birds perched silently on branches, watching. Even the wind stilled when he passed. He knelt by a patch of earth where wildflowers had wilted, their petals scattered like forgotten prayers. With a touch, the soil shifted. Roots stirred, curling and twisting until new buds began to form. Green leaves unfolded, trembling in the morning light. Life had returned. Yet behind him, the shadows thickened, and something darker stirred. Sunanos rose and turned. A black stag stepped forward, its antlers sharp and menacing. Its breath came in ragged bursts, and its eyes burned with hunger. Death had come, as it always did, trailing after him like a shadow he could never outrun. The animals scattered, their cries fading into the trees. The horned god did not flinch. He raised his hand, and the stag paused, but its gaze did not soften. It circled him slowly, its hooves digging into the earth. The leaves beneath it withered, turning brittle and brown. The stag lunged, and Sunanos caught its antlers, locking them in a clash of power. The earth trembled. The roots beneath them twisted and cracked. The struggle felt endless, locked between breath and silence. Sunanos' muscles strained, his grip unyielding, but the stag pushed harder. Its hunger was ancient, and it knew no mercy. With one final heave, Sunanos drove the stag back, forcing it to its knees. But he did not kill it. He placed his hand on its head, and its breath slowed. The fire in its eyes dimmed, replaced by something softer, resignation, perhaps, or peace. The stag collapsed, and as it fell, the earth opened. Vines wrapped around its body, pulling it down until it was swallowed by the soil. Flowers bloomed where it had lain, pale and delicate. Sunanos stepped back, his chest heaving. Life and death had met once again, and both had won. The forest seemed to exhale, its tension fading. Birds began to sing, and the wind carried the scent of earth and rain. But the horned god's eyes remained heavy, burdened by the weight of what he had done. He moved through the forest, his antlers brushing against low-hanging branches. Trees leaned toward him, their roots pressing closer as if reaching for his strength. He paused by a stream, where the water flowed clear and cold. In its reflection, he saw himself, antlers like a crown, eyes that held the storms of centuries, and shadows that clung to him no matter how far he walked. A doe stepped forward, her slender legs trembling. She carried new life within her, the weight of it slowing her steps. Sunanos knelt, his hands hovering over her. She lowered her head, and he touched her gently, whispering something ancient. The forest held its breath, and then it came, the cry of new life. The fawn wobbled on unsteady legs, its eyes wide and searching. Sunanos stepped back, letting the mother lead her child into the safety of the trees. The horned god watched until they were gone, his expression unreadable. The sun climbed higher, and the mist began to fade, but the forest still carried his presence. Roots dug deeper, leaves stretched higher, and the earth pulsed with life. Yet death lingered, always near, waiting for its turn. Sunanos turned, his antlers casting long shadows across the ground. He walked toward the fading mist, his steps silent once more. Behind him, flowers bloomed and withered, and the earth whispered secrets only he could hear. The air grew heavy as the gates creaked open. Shadows stretched long across the marble floor, and the flicker of torches barely touched the darkness beyond. The hall seemed endless, its walls carved with faces frozen in terror, sorrow, and regret. At the far end, seated on a throne of iron and flame, was Yama. His eyes burned like embers, ancient and unyielding. The souls came in chains, led by invisible forces they could not resist. Some wept, others trembled in silence. A few walked with their heads high, but even their pride wilted beneath his gaze. Yama's presence pressed down on them like the weight of mountains, unshakable and absolute. The first soul stepped forward, her form faint and shimmering. She clutched at her chest, as if trying to hold on to something that was no longer there. Her voice cracked when she spoke. "Please. I tried to be good. I tried." Yama's eyes did not soften. He raised his staff, the danda, and the air quivered. The golden scales beside him glowed faintly, ready to weigh her deeds. From the shadows, Chitragupta emerged, his hands filled with scrolls that stretched farther than sight. He began to read. Every word echoed through the hall, acts of kindness, moments of greed, lies told, and truths withheld. The woman flinched as her life unraveled before her. No secret remained hidden. Tears streamed down her face as the weight of her choices bore down on her shoulders. Yama leaned forward, his voice as steady as the river that separates the living from the dead. "You knew the cost of every action, yet you chose. Now the scales will speak." The golden balance trembled. One side dipped, then rose, wavering as if the universe itself was uncertain. The silence that followed was unbearable. Then it settled, heavier on one side. A faint cry escaped the woman's lips. She fell to her knees. "No! Give me another chance. Let me return. I can fix it, I can." Yama raised his hand, and her voice fell away. "This is not the end," he said. "But neither is it freedom." He motioned, and the shadows moved. Hands pulled her back, leading her toward the flames that waited beyond the hall. She screamed until the darkness swallowed her whole. Another soul stepped forward, a man with hollow eyes and a trembling frame. He did not speak, but Yama could hear the unspoken words echoing through him, questions, regrets, and pleas for mercy. Chitragupta began again, reading aloud every moment the man had lived, every path he had taken, and every door he had closed. The man flinched as his sins were laid bare, but Yama's gaze did not waver. "You stole," Yama said, his voice cutting through the silence. "You broke what was sacred and took what was not yours. What do you say for yourself?" The man dropped to his knees. "I was hungry," he whispered. "My children were starving." Yama's eyes softened for the first time. The flames behind him flickered, casting strange shadows across his face. He leaned back, and the scales began to move again. The weight shifted, tilting first one way, then the other. Finally, it rested, balanced. Yama's voice was quieter this time. "You will walk the earth again," he said. "Not as you were, but as one who gives instead of takes." The man bowed his head, and light surrounded him. In an instant, he was gone. More souls came, one after another. Each one bore the marks of the life they had lived, the scars of guilt, the stains of pride, and the faint glow of love and sacrifice. Yama judged them all, his voice steady, his words sharp. No plea could sway him, but neither did he punish without cause. For every soul that wept in regret, there was another that left in silence, their heads held high, ready to face what lay ahead. And for some, there was only darkness, the weight of sins too heavy to lift. At the edge of the hall, a child appeared. Her eyes were wide, and her hands trembled as she clutched the hem of her faded robe. Yama's gaze softened as she stepped forward. Chitragupta unrolled a smaller scroll, and his voice was gentler than before. The child's life had been brief, her story unfinished. She had no sins, only the echoes of dreams she had not lived to see. Yama knelt before her, his voice barely more than a whisper. "You are not meant to stay here," he said. "Go back. Live. Learn." The child looked up at him, her fear fading. Light surrounded her, and she vanished like mist in the morning sun. Yama rose once more, his staff gleaming. The line of souls stretched endlessly before him, and his work would never end. The fire behind him burned brighter, casting long shadows that danced across the walls. Some would rise. Some would fall. And some would return, bound to the wheel of life until their debts were paid. But through it all, Yama remained, the judge, the watcher, and the keeper of every soul's final truth. The sky turned crimson as the mountains trembled. A low hum filled the air, vibrating through the earth as though the stones themselves were alive. At the center of it all stood Shiva, his eyes half closed, but within them burned a fire that could reduce worlds to ashes. His matted hair flowed like rivers of darkness, and the crescent moon upon his brow glowed faintly, casting pale light across his face. Around his neck coiled a serpent, its tongue flickering as if tasting the tension that hung thick in the air. The air grew heavier as his trident struck the ground, sending sparks in every direction. Shadows danced wildly around him, and the earth groaned under the weight of his presence. It was not rage that filled him, but something deeper, an unshakable stillness that held the power to both destroy and create. A man knelt before him, trembling. His breath came in short gasps, and his eyes refused to meet Shiva's. The man's voice cracked when he spoke. "Spare me, please." Shiva's gaze did not waver. His voice, when it came, was calm but thunderous. "You fear the end," he said. "But what is it you truly fear, the fire, or what lies beyond it?" The man's hands clawed at the dirt, desperate to hold onto the world that was already slipping away. Shiva stepped closer, his shadow swallowing the man whole. "There is no mercy in holding on to what must fade," Shiva said. "To be reborn, you must first be destroyed." The ground beneath the man cracked, and flames erupted around him. He screamed, his voice raw with terror, but Shiva did not flinch. The fire climbed higher, devouring everything, until all that remained was silence. From the ashes, something stirred. A faint light flickered, fragile yet unbroken. Shiva extended his hand, and the light rose, trembling but alive. "Do you see now?" Shiva's voice softened. "Death is not the end. It is the doorway." Elsewhere, the riverbanks overflowed. The Ganges roared, its waters twisting and churning as if the earth itself was grieving. Bodies burned along the shore, their smoke rising to meet the heavens. Families wept, but Shiva stood among them, untouched by their cries. He stepped closer to the pyres, his bare feet leaving no trace on the scorched ground. A woman knelt beside the flames, her hands clasped tightly. Tears streaked her face, and her voice trembled as she prayed. "Bring him back, please, bring him back." Shiva knelt beside her, his presence unnoticed until she looked up. Her breath caught, and for a moment, she forgot her grief. "Why," she whispered. "Why must we lose the ones we love?" Shiva placed a hand on the burning wood, and the flames hissed, but did not touch him. "Because nothing truly dies," he said. "Not the body, nor the soul. What you see as loss is only change." The woman stared at him, her pain battling against the hope his words carried. "He will live again?" she asked. Shiva nodded. "In another form, another time. But not here." Her tears fell harder, but this time they carried less weight. She bowed her head, and Shiva rose, his steps as silent as the wind. The smoke thickened, swirling around him as he walked. Visions appeared within the haze, cities crumbling, forests burned to ash, mountains split apart. But there was something else too. From the ruins, green shoots pushed through the cracks. Flowers bloomed where flames had scorched the earth. Rivers flowed again, clearer and stronger than before. Destruction was not an end. It was a beginning. Far above, Shiva sat in meditation atop Mount Kailash. The world stretched out below him, its chaos, its beauty, its endless cycles of life and death. His eyes opened slowly, and a single tear fell. Where it touched the earth, new life began to grow. But even as creation took root, shadows gathered. Darkness crept closer, and the world trembled again, awaiting the moment when Shiva would rise once more, not as a creator, but as the destroyer. The battlefield was soaked in blood. The cries of the dying pierced the air, and the ground trembled under the weight of chaos. Shadows stretched long and jagged, twisting as if alive. In the heart of the carnage stood Kali. Her eyes burned like stars, fierce and unyielding. Her skin was dark as night, swallowing the light around her. Blood stained her lips, and a garland of severed heads hung across her chest, each face frozen in terror. Her feet danced upon broken bodies, crushing bones and spilling lifeblood into the earth. The sound echoed, a rhythm of destruction that shook the heavens. Her many arms moved like blades through the air, each one holding a weapon glistening with blood. Warriors fell before her, their screams fading as their souls fled their shattered bodies. But it was not anger that fueled her. It was something older, something vast and untamed. Her rage was not born of hatred but of purpose. She was not merely a destroyer, she was time itself, devouring all that stood in her path. Her eyes gleamed as they fell upon the demon Raktabija. He laughed, his voice thick with arrogance. Blood poured from his wounds, yet with every drop that touched the earth, another form rose from the ground. An endless army of himself, growing stronger with every strike. "You cannot defeat me," he taunted. Kali's lips curled into a snarl, her teeth sharp and glistening. Her tongue flicked out, tasting the air thick with death. Without a word, she charged. Her blade sliced through him, but his laughter only grew louder as more of his forms rose to meet her. They swarmed, their weapons glinting in the light, but she did not falter. She fell upon them, tearing through flesh and bone, her hands soaked in crimson. Yet the more she killed, the more they multiplied. The earth groaned under their weight, and the skies darkened as if mourning what was to come. But Callie did not stop. Her movements grew faster, her body spinning and twisting in a deadly dance. And then she did the unthinkable. She bent down and drank the blood as it poured from his wounds. Drop by drop, she consumed it, leaving nothing for the earth to claim. The demon's laughter turned to screams as his endless forms began to wither. He reached out, clawing at her, but her blade silenced him. The battlefield fell silent, but Callie did not stop. Her bloodlust consumed her, and she turned her fury upon the world itself. Her dance grew wilder, shaking the heavens. Mountains crumbled, rivers turned red, and the earth cracked beneath her feet. The gods watched in terror, their voices trembling as they called out to Shiva. He came, stepping into the chaos like a shadow, his gaze locked upon Callie. She did not see him at first. Her eyes burned with madness, and her blade cut through the air. Shiva lay down before her, his body still and vulnerable. Her foot rose, ready to strike, but as it touched his chest, the madness broke. Her eyes cleared, and the fire within them softened. She froze, trembling, as if waking from a nightmare. The weapons fell from her hands, and the earth exhaled. Tears filled her eyes, and she fell to her knees. The gods whispered her name, but she did not hear them. Her breath came in ragged gasps as the weight of her actions bore down upon her. She had saved the world, but she had nearly destroyed it. Yet there was no regret in her heart. Only truth. She had faced the chaos and emerged whole. She had danced with death and returned with life in her hands. And as the sun rose, bathing the battlefield in light, the earth began to heal. Flowers pushed through the cracks, and rivers ran clear once more. But Callie did not stay to witness it. She turned and vanished into the shadows, her footsteps echoing like thunder. And though the world would rebuild, her presence lingered, a reminder that destruction is not an end, but a path to freedom. The sky darkened as storm clouds rolled in, heavy and restless. The wind carried whispers, voices that seemed to come from the earth itself. On the throne of Lanka sat Ravana, his 10 heads raised toward the heavens, his 20 arms stretched wide as though daring the gods to strike him down. Lightning cracked, illuminating his sharp features and eyes that burned with fire. The ground trembled beneath his palace, as if the underworld itself bowed before him. His voice echoed through the hall, low and thunderous, shaking the walls. I fear nothing, not man, not God. His words carried weight, heavy with defiance. But fear was not foreign to Ravana. It lingered deep within, buried beneath his pride and power. He remembered the day he had descended into the underworld, his footsteps echoing against cold stone. The gates of the netherworld loomed before him, monstrous and alive, pulsing with a dark energy that seemed to breathe. He had come to claim its secrets. He had come to command death itself. The guardians of the underworld stood before him, shadows wrapped in chains and fire. Their eyes glowed, unblinking, as they warned him to turn back. But Ravana only laughed. His voice cut through the silence like a blade. I am Ravana, king of Lanka. I bow to no one. With that, he tore through the chains and stepped inside. The darkness swallowed him, thick and suffocating. Voices whispered in his ears, voices of the dead, calling his name. Hands reached out from the shadows, clawing at his flesh, but he did not stop. He walked deeper, his footsteps steady, until he reached the throne of Yama, the god of death. The air grew cold, and Ravana's breath turned to mist. Yama sat motionless, his eyes dark and endless. You dare to disturb the halls of the dead? Yama's voice shook the ground. Ravana did not flinch. I have come to claim what is mine. Yama's laughter filled the chamber, echoing off the walls. It was hollow, sharp, and endless. You cannot claim what you do not understand. But Ravana was not there to listen. He raised his sword, its edge glowing with divine power, and struck. The blow shattered the air, sending shockwaves through the underworld. Yet Yama remained unbroken. You cannot kill death, Yama said. But death can claim you. For the first time, Ravana hesitated. The shadows around him thickened, pressing in, hungry and cold. Yet he forced himself to stand tall, his pride stronger than his fear. Then let death bow to me, he said. Yama's gaze pierced him, as if seeing into his very soul. You will know loss. You will taste the bitterness of defeat. And when you fall, it will not be by my hand, but by the will of destiny. Ravana's lips curled into a smile, sharp and fearless. Destiny bends to my will. He turned and left, but the voices of the dead followed him, whispering his fate. Years passed, but the shadows of that day never left him. They lingered in the corners of his palace, and the flicker of torches and the echoes of footsteps. He saw them in his dreams, faces twisted in anguish, hands reaching out, always reaching. And yet, he ruled. His kingdom stood tall, and his name struck fear into gods and men alike. He built towers that scraped the sky and tunnels that touched the underworld. His army stretched across the lands, unchallenged and unstoppable. But it was not enough. Power burned in his veins, and his hunger grew. He wanted more than earth, more than the skies. He wanted the heavens themselves. And so, he reached for Sita, the jewel of another man's heart. He stole her away, his hands dripping with pride, his voice echoing with triumph. But as he sat upon his throne, surrounded by gold and power, he felt the weight of something unseen. The air grew heavy, and the shadows whispered once more. He knew it then, the chains of the underworld had never truly broken. They waited, coiled and patient, ready to claim him when his pride fell. Still, he would not bow. Not to gods. Not to fate. He would face it as he always had, with fire in his eyes and steel in his hands. And the whispers grew louder. The air felt heavy, thick with the scent of burning incense and ancient stone. The cries of the condemned echoed through the endless halls, low and broken, stretching far beyond what the eyes could see. Lanterns flickered, their dim light casting shadows that danced like spirits, restless and trapped. At the end of the corridor stood a massive iron door, carved with faces twisted in agony. It creaked open, and the sound scraped against the walls like nails. Beyond it, Du awaited, a place where time had no meaning, where judgment hung like a blade over every soul that entered. In the center of it all sat Yanluo Wang, the Lord of Hell, his eyes as dark as the river that ran beneath the earth. He wore a crown of iron and gold, its weight a symbol of the balance he kept between mercy and punishment. His gaze fell on the trembling figure before him, a soul whose earthly body had turned to dust, but whose sins burned as brightly as ever. Speak, Yanluo Wang commanded, his voice a low rumble that seemed to shake the ground. The man fell to his knees, tears streaking his face. I didn't mean to. His voice cracked, raw with desperation. It wasn't supposed to happen like that. The ink brush of the judge scratched against parchment, recording every word. Beside Yanluo Wang stood the ghostly scribes, their hands stained black with ink as they flipped through the ledgers of life and death. The man's deeds unfolded like an unrolled scroll, each act written in strokes that cut deeper than any blade. You stole what was not yours, Yanluo Wang said, his words cold and sharp. You shattered trust, spilled blood, and left hearts broken in your wake. The man sobbed, his shoulders trembling, but the ink flowed on, painting every betrayal, every lie. You took life, Yanluo Wang said, leaning forward. And now, life is taking you. A long silence filled the chamber. The scribe stopped writing. The air thickened as the judge's brush came to its final mark. Bring him to the mirror of retribution, Yanluo Wang ordered. The guard seized the man's arms, dragging him through another door that led into a smaller chamber. At the center stood the mirror, its surface rippling like water. The man screamed, but the guards pushed him forward. Look, Yanluo Wang said, his voice like thunder. The man's reflection twisted, showing him not as he once was, but as he had become, eyes hollow, hands stained red, shadows clinging to his soul. Faces of the ones he had wronged appeared behind him, their eyes full of sorrow and rage. He fell to the floor, begging for mercy. "Please, give me another chance." Yin Luo Wang's eyes burned. Second chances were given in life. In death, there is only balance. The doors opened again, and the man was dragged away, his screams fading into the darkness. But not all who stood before Yin Luo Wang were cast into torment. Some souls trembled but bore no stain of sin. They were guided through the paths of the underworld, led to rivers where they would drink and forget their past lives. Their memories faded, and their souls began again. Others, however, faced punishment so severe that the walls of Diyu shook with their cries. There was the chamber of tongue-ripping for liars, where serpents hissed and scales scraped against stone. Fires roared in the chamber of burning, consuming those who had burned others with hatred and greed. In the chamber of ice, betrayers froze in silence, their limbs brittle and breaking. The wheels of karma never stopped turning, grinding the souls that passed through them, pressing each action into the pages of eternity. One soul, a woman with dark eyes and a calm face, stood before Yin Luo Wang without trembling. She met his gaze as if daring him to judge her. "You took vengeance into your own hands," he said, his voice steady. She did not flinch. "I did what I had to do." The scribes hesitated, waiting for his decision. Yin Luo Wang's eyes lingered on her, weighing the sharpness in her voice and the sorrow hidden beneath it. "You will suffer for the harm you caused," he said. "But the balance of your actions will not be forgotten." He raised his hand, and the guards approached. "Let her walk the bridge of pain." The woman's face did not falter as they led her away, but her steps grew heavy as the bridge came into view. It hung over an abyss, its ropes frayed, its planks cracked and swaying. Below, shadows writhed and clawed, their whispers rising like smoke. She stepped forward, each movement slow and deliberate, her breath shallow but steady. The bridge groaned beneath her weight. Halfway across, her foot slipped, and she grabbed the rope, her heart pounding. The shadows below surged upward, reaching for her. Her breath caught, and for the first time, her calm cracked. She screamed, her voice echoing through the cavern. But she did not fall. She gritted her teeth, steadied her hands, and moved forward. Step by step, she crossed the bridge, leaving her fear behind. On the other side, she collapsed to her knees, tears streaming down her face. Yin Luo Wang watched from his throne, his expression unchanging. He had seen countless souls cross that bridge, some broken, some defiant, and some forever changed. And the judgments continued, endless as the flow of the river that circled Diyu, carrying souls through the cycles of pain, penance, and rebirth. The ink flowed, the brush moved, and Yin Luo Wang remained, his eyes fixed on the scales that never stopped tipping. The lanterns flickered in the endless halls of judgment. Shadows danced against the walls, stretching like claws ready to drag the guilty down into eternal torment. The air felt cold despite the flames, and each step echoed, hollow and sharp, as though the stones themselves whispered warnings to those who entered. A great throne loomed at the end of the chamber, carved from dark wood and adorned with symbols that pulsed faintly in the dim light. Upon it sat Mo, the king of the dead. His eyes glinted like embers, piercing through the veil of pretense and fear. In one hand, he held the book of karma, its pages etched with the deeds of every soul that stood before him. In the other, a staff tipped with a glowing orb, reflecting the cries and regrets of the damned. A soul trembled at his feet, its form faint and flickering, like a candle on the verge of burning out. The guards flanking the throne, the Oni, horned demons with skin like stone, stood motionless, their eyes glowing red as they awaited their master's word. Mo leaned forward, his gaze heavy, and the soul shivered. "Speak," his voice rumbled, ancient and unyielding. I don't remember," the soul stammered. Its voice cracked, echoing through the chamber. "I don't remember what I did." Mo's lips curled, but not in a smile. It was something colder. "Then let us remind you." The orb atop his staff flared, and the images came, memories unraveled before the soul's eyes. A child's cry silenced by anger. A lie whispered in greed. A betrayal that left scars unseen but deep. The soul fell to its knees as the weight of its sins crashed over it, the images sharp as broken glass. No! The voice cracked with despair. No, that wasn't me. It wasn't supposed to be like that. Mo's eyes burned brighter. You think excuses will tip the scales? He lifted the Book of Karma, its pages glowing faintly as they turned. Your actions carved their place here. The scales do not lie. The soul clawed at the floor, but the Oni stepped closer, their shadows swallowing what little light remained. Please! It screamed. Give me another chance. Mo raised his staff, and the orb darkened. You had your chances. Each life you were given, each breath you took, was a chance. And you squandered them. The Oni reached out, chains rattling in their hands. The soul thrashed, but the chains wrapped tight, pulling it toward the pits that yawned open like hungry mouths. The echoes of its cries faded, leaving only the hum of the lanterns and the soft, deliberate sound of the Book of Karma closing. But not every soul that came before Mo faced torment. Another figure stepped forward, its form steadier, eyes filled with quiet sadness instead of terror. You, Mo said, his voice softer now, though no less powerful. Your deeds weighed heavier in kindness than in cruelty. But there is still judgment to be made. The orb glowed again, revealing scenes of sacrifice, love given without asking for return, hands that healed, words that lifted the broken. Yet within them were also moments of weakness, choices that wounded instead of mended. The soul bowed its head. I accept the weight of my actions. Mo regarded it for a long moment before nodding. Then you will walk the path of purification. The Oni stepped aside, their shadows parting as a new passage opened, a bridge of light stretching into the mist. The soul hesitated, glancing back only once before stepping forward. The bridge trembled, its glow dimming with each step, as though testing whether the soul could endure the journey. Mo watched, unmoving, as the soul disappeared into the fog. His grip tightened on the staff, the orb pulsing faintly with each heartbeat. The halls of judgment never emptied. The guards led another soul forward, this one defiant, its eyes burning with rage. It spat words like venom, cursing the gods, the world, and even death itself. You think you can judge me? The soul roared, stepping closer to the throne. I made my own rules. I was powerful. Feared. Mo's gaze cut through the defiance like a blade. Power means nothing here. The orb flared again, and the soul's past unraveled. It screamed as the visions came, faces twisted in fear, lives broken by cruelty, laughter that echoed over graves. The weight of it crushed the anger, leaving only fear. Mo stood, his shadow stretching over the trembling figure. You were given power, and you chose destruction. Now destruction will claim you. The Oni moved, their chains dragging the soul toward the burning pits, where flames licked at the edges of the shadows. Mo sat once more, the orb dimming as the cries faded. The Book of Karma opened again, and the judgments continued. Some souls found redemption, their paths leading them through trials of suffering and reflection. Others sank into the depths, their sins too heavy to rise from. Yet others, broken and lost, wandered the halls, unable to face their truths. But through it all, Mo remained, his eyes unyielding, his staff unbroken. The scales never stopped weighing. The lanterns never stopped burning. And the echoes of judgment never faded. The cave mouth gaped like the jaws of a beast, its edges slick with shadows that moved even without light. The air hung thick, heavy with dampness and the faint scent of decay. Each step into the darkness felt like a step away from the world of the living. It was said that once someone entered Yama, there was no way back. And yet, Izanagi stood at the threshold, his heart pounding, his breath sharp and shallow. He called her name again. Izanami. His voice echoed, swallowed by the void. The silence that followed clawed at his resolve, but he pressed forward. The ground sloped downward, and soon the last traces of sunlight faded. Torches flickered along the walls, their flames trembling as though afraid. Shadows stretched and curled, forming shapes that seemed almost human. Izanagi's footsteps faltered when he saw them, figures crouched against the walls, their hollow eyes fixed on him. Souls of the dead. They made no sound, but their mouths gaped as though screaming silently, begging for release. His fingers tightened around the hilt of his sword, though he knew it would offer no protection here. But the figure didn't listen. It pushed her toward the edge of the pit, and she felt the pull of it, the weight of the abyss calling her. She tried to step back, but the force of the figure's touch was too strong. She teetered on the edge, the heat from the flames licking at her skin, the cries of the fallen souls reaching her ears like a desperate chorus of pain. "This is your fate," the figure whispered. A sudden surge of anger washed over her. She was not meant to be here. She would not be consumed by this place. With every ounce of strength left in her body, she pushed back, breaking free from the figure's grasp. She staggered away from the pit, her body trembling, her breath ragged. The figure stepped back, watching her with its cold, unblinking eyes. "You think you can escape? You think you can outrun the suffering?" She didn't answer. She couldn't. But she kept moving, her legs carrying her faster now. The air still burned her lungs, the cries of the damned still echoed in her ears, but she refused to stop. The path ahead twisted and writhed, like the tendrils of some great, serpentine creature. The ground beneath her feet gave way to jagged rocks, and the sky above seemed to pulse with an unnatural rhythm. It was as though the very world around her was alive, feeding on her pain, growing stronger with each step. But still, she ran. The fire in her chest burned hotter, her legs felt like lead, but she did not stop. Her heart beat wildly in her chest, each thump a reminder that she was alive, that she still had a chance. And then, just as she thought she could go no further, the darkness around her seemed to recede. The heat began to lessen, the cries of the souls fading into silence. She paused, gasping for breath, her body shaking with exhaustion. Before her stood a figure, tall and luminous, its form glowing with a soft, golden light. It was not the same figure that had pulled her through the suffering. This one felt different, a presence of calm amidst the storm. "You have not given up," the figure said, its voice gentle, soothing. She felt a warmth wash over her, filling the empty places inside her, the places that had been torn apart by the agony of Naraka. The figure held out its hand, offering her a chance to leave, to escape the pain. Without a word, she reached out, grasping the figure's hand. And as the light enveloped her, she felt the weight of the suffering begin to lift. For the first time, she understood, redemption was not a single act, but a journey, a path that began with the decision to keep going, even when the world around you demanded you stop. The sky hung heavy with the weight of 1,000 storm clouds, casting the earth below in a murky, gray light. The air was thick with the scent of burning incense and something more metallic, blood. It clung to the stone walls, to the cold earth beneath her feet. The chill in the air, despite the heat of the sun, was enough to send a shiver down her spine. In the distance, the sound of drums echoed like a heartbeat, steady and unyielding. She stood before the great temple, its steps high and imposing, leading up to the altar where the gods were said to receive the souls of the departed. The stone was slick with the sweat of those who had climbed before her. Above, the silhouette of the god loomed, Mictlantecutli, the Aztec lord of death. His skeletal form, adorned in elaborate headdresses and bone jewelry, seemed to watch her every move. She could almost hear his laughter, cold and mocking, drifting on the wind. The air seemed to pulse with anticipation. It was the day of the offering. The people, clothed in their finest ceremonial garb, gathered around the base of the temple. Their faces were painted, the bright colors stark against their dark skin. They chanted in unison, a low hum that seemed to vibrate in the bones of the earth. The ground trembled beneath her feet as the rhythm of their words grew louder, more urgent. Her heart beat faster now, her thoughts scattered. She had been chosen. Her gaze turned upward once more, to the altar at the top of the steps. She could see the figure of the priest, holding the obsidian knife, its blade gleaming with the promise of something more, something ancient, powerful. A rush of cold air swept over her, and for a moment, she wondered if she could turn back. Could she run? Could she hide? The gods were watching. The drums, the chants, all built to a crescendo. There was no choice. The priest's eyes met hers. His voice was a whisper, but it carried over the crowd, cutting through the noise like the blade he held. "It is time," he said. And with that single utterance, the crowd fell silent. The world held its breath. The steps up the temple seemed impossibly high as she made her way toward the altar. Each step was like a weight pressing down on her chest, suffocating her. The closer she got to the top, the more she could feel the presence of the god. The thrum of power that seemed to shake the air itself, the dark promise of what lay beyond. Mythology, the god who ruled the underworld, who held dominion over the dead, whose bones had been fashioned into the very building blocks of the temple. He watched the living with eyes of bone and ash, his hunger insatiable, his thirst for sacrifice unyielding. She reached the top of the steps, her legs shaking with the effort. The priest stepped forward, his robe flowing around him like the smoke of an eternal fire. In his hands, the knife gleamed, sharp and unforgiving. The crowd below was silent, their eyes fixed on the proceedings. The only sound was the wind, carrying with it the whispers of those long dead. As the priest raised the blade, her heart stopped for a moment. It was as if time itself had paused. The air thickened, the very earth seemed to hold its breath. She could feel the weight of Mythology's presence, his power hanging heavy in the air. Then, the knife came down. The blade pierced her chest with a sharp, searing pain that took her breath away. For a moment, there was nothing but the pain, the overwhelming surge of it that consumed her. But as the blood flowed, she felt it, something else. Something deep within her, a presence that was not her own. The god was reaching out to her, drawing her into the darkness, into the unknown. The world around her seemed to blur as she sank to her knees. The priest, standing above her, whispered words in an ancient tongue. The crowd remained silent, their eyes locked on the unfolding ritual. Her vision faded, but in that moment, she understood. Mythology was not just the god of death. He was the keeper of the past, the present, and the future. He was the one who judged, the one who decided who would pass and who would be lost. The blood that spilled from her was not just her own, it was an offering to him, to the god who would carry her soul into the underworld. The world around her blurred even further, and she could hear the voices of the dead whispering in the distance. They called to her, beckoning her into the darkness. The drumbeats grew louder, faster, as though they were the pulse of the earth itself, driving her toward the inevitable. Deeper he went, and the air grew colder. It was not the cold of winter, but something older, something that seeped into the bones and stole warmth from the soul. A river appeared before him, its waters black and still. He hesitated only a moment before stepping onto the narrow bridge that stretched across it. The shadows stirred beneath the water, and pale hands broke the surface. They reached upward, grasping at the air, their fingers clawing at nothing. Izanagi quickened his pace, his eyes fixed on the far end of the bridge, where the path disappeared into another tunnel. The tunnel walls seemed to close in as he walked, their surfaces slick and pulsing, like the veins of some great beast. He forced himself to move faster, the echo of his steps growing louder, as if the tunnel itself was mocking him. And then he saw her. Izanami stood at the end of the tunnel, her figure bathed in faint, golden light. His heart leapt, and he rushed forward, but stopped short when she raised her hand. "Do not come closer," she said, her voice soft but sharp. He froze, his chest tightening. "Izanami, I've come to bring you home." Tears glistened in her eyes, but she shook her head. "It's too late." "No," his voice cracked. "It's not. Come with me." She stepped closer, and the light shifted. Her face, once so beautiful, was twisted now, her skin pale and cracked, her eyes sunken and dark. Maggots crawled along her cheeks, and her lips trembled as though she were fighting to keep herself whole. Izanagi staggered back, horror twisting in his gut. What happened to you? I ate the food of Yomi, she whispered. I belong to this place now. He shook his head, refusing to believe it. No. I will save you. But her eyes darkened. You cannot save what is already lost. Before he could speak, the shadows stirred, and the figures began to rise from the darkness. They crawled toward him, souls of the dead, their faces twisted with hunger. The walls pulsed, and the air thickened, pressing down on him. Go, she said, her voice breaking. Before it's too late. He reached for her, but she stepped back, disappearing into the shadows. Panic seized him as the figures closed in. He turned and ran, his footsteps pounding against the stone. The cries of the dead filled the tunnel, and the shadows reached out, clawing at his arms and legs. The bridge loomed ahead, but the water below churned, and the hands rose higher. He leapt across the last few steps, landing hard on the other side. He didn't stop. He ran through the tunnels, his breath ragged, the echoes of pursuit snapping at his heels. At last, he saw the faint glow of the cave mouth. Light poured in, blinding him for a moment, and he stumbled out into the forest. But even as he stood in the sunlight, the shadows of Yomi clung to him. He felt their weight on his shoulders, their whispers in his ears. And he knew, no matter how far he ran, he would never forget what he had seen. The heat was suffocating. It wrapped around her, like a heavy cloak, making it hard to breathe. The ground beneath her feet was cracked and parched, scorched by an invisible flame that seemed to burn from below. Each step felt as though she was walking through ash, the very air thick with the stench of sulfur and decay. The sky, a bruised red, hung low, pressing down like a weight on her chest. She didn't know how long she had been here. Time felt distorted, like it no longer mattered. There were no clocks, no rising or setting sun, only an endless, smoldering heat. Her throat was dry, and her skin felt like it might crack open at any moment. She looked around, but all she could see were shadows, dark figures moving in the distance, distant echoes of suffering. Her heart raced as she stumbled forward, not knowing why or how. It felt as if something was pushing her deeper into the inferno, a force far greater than her own will. The pain of it all, the suffocating pressure of the air, was maddening. She had heard of this place before, in whispered tales from the elders, Naraka, the realm of suffering. Every footstep she took felt heavier than the last. The cracks in the earth grew wider, and from them, she could hear the cries of the lost souls trapped beneath the surface. Their voices were a haunting chorus of despair, a cacophony of pain that seemed to shake the very foundation of the ground beneath her. She pressed on, her body trembling, her mind barely holding onto the thread of sanity. The world around her shifted. The sky darkened, and the land twisted in unnatural ways. It felt like she was being pulled through different layers of torment, each one worse than the last. There was a sound, low and growling, behind her. She turned, but no one was there. Yet the feeling of being watched, of being hunted, gripped her with an icy hand. Her pulse quickened, her body frozen with fear. The cries of the souls grew louder now, more desperate. She could feel their suffering like a living thing, curling around her like smoke, choking her breath. She stumbled, falling to her knees on the cracked earth, her palms scraping against the burning ground. The heat seared through her skin, but she couldn't bring herself to move. A shadow passed over her, dark and ominous. She looked up, and there, standing before her, was a figure. Its face was hidden in darkness, but the eyes, those eyes gleamed with an unnatural light, cold and merciless. The figure reached down, grabbing her by the arm and pulling her up. Its touch was like ice, sending a shock through her body. "You cannot escape," the figure whispered, its voice like the scraping of stone. Her heart pounded in her chest as she tried to break free, but the grip on her arm tightened, unyielding. The figure dragged her forward, deeper into the heart of Naraka. As she moved, the earth beneath her seemed to shift, and the cries of the damned grew louder, their voices rising in agony. "Please, let me go," she begged, her voice breaking. But the figure said nothing. Instead, it continued to pull her deeper into the realm of suffering, where the very air seemed to vibrate with pain. And then, she saw it, a pit. A vast chasm, swirling with fire and smoke, the ground around it covered in the bones of those who had been cast into the depths. "No," she cried out, struggling against the grip that held her. "I don't belong here." She felt herself being lifted, as if by unseen hands, and then she was falling into the dark abyss that lay beneath her feet. The wind howled in her ears, and for a moment she felt weightless, free of the pain, free of the world she had once known. But then, just as suddenly, she was trapped. The darkness closed around her, swallowing her whole. The cries of the dead grew louder, surrounding her, filling her ears with their sorrow. Their voices became a cacophony of misery, each one pleading for release, for peace, for freedom. But there was no freedom in Mictlantecuhtli's domain. There was only judgment, suffering, and endless waiting. She could feel his presence now, his eyes fixed on her, watching her every move. The god of death had claimed her. In the depths of Mictlantecuhtli's realm, she would remain, forever lost in the eternal night, her soul bound by the rituals of those who had come before her. The sacrifices, the offerings, all laid bare to the god who had no mercy. And as her body fell into the abyss, she understood. It was not just death that Mictlantecuhtli ruled, it was the cycle itself. The unending cycle of life, death, and rebirth. And though she had given her life in sacrifice, she had not escaped. For she had become part of the cycle, a piece of the endless web of fate. The drums continued to beat. The people below continued to chant. And above, Mictlantecuhtli's laughter echoed in the wind, a sound that would never cease, a reminder of the price paid for the living and the dead alike. The jungle was thick with the sounds of life, a cacophony of chirping insects, the calls of unseen birds, and the rustling of the dense foliage. But amid this living symphony, there was a hush, a stillness that seemed to cling to the air like fog. The ground was damp beneath their feet, the scent of earth and decay heavy in the air. A small group of villagers, their faces painted in vibrant hues, walked in silence, their feet carrying them toward the temple. Their steps were slow, deliberate, as though the very earth beneath them was holding its breath. At the edge of the jungle stood a massive stone structure, worn by centuries of rain and time. Its surface was covered in the markings of an ancient civilization, symbols of the gods and rituals long forgotten. The steps leading to the top were cracked and uneven, but there was no hesitation in their movement. They had come for a reason far more ancient than themselves. The heat of the sun beat down on them, but there was no sweat on their brow. Their faces were calm, their expressions serious. They had come to face the god of death, Apuk, the one who ruled over the darkest corners of existence, who danced through the shadows with his skeletal form, draped in rotting skin, his very presence causing the living to tremble. Apuk, the Mayan god of death, was a fearsome figure. A being cloaked in decay, whose skeletal face bore the twisted grin of one who found pleasure in the suffering of others. His body was adorned with the rotting remnants of the underworld, and his breath was said to carry the scent of death itself. To encounter him was to face your greatest fear, your deepest sorrow. But the villagers were not afraid. At least, not in the way one might think. They had come with offerings, with rituals steeped in tradition, to honor the god they knew all too well. For death was not a thing to be feared, but a part of the natural cycle, a path everyone must walk. They were here to offer their respect, to ensure that when their time came, they would not be forgotten. The leader of the group, a man draped in a robe of jaguar skin, reached the top of the temple first. He stood tall, his gaze fixed on the altar ahead. Behind him, the others followed, their heads lowered in reverence. The air around them seemed to thicken, as though the very atmosphere was alive, waiting, watching. At the center of the altar stood an idol, its form twisted and grotesque, a representation of Apuk himself. His skeletal features grinned down at them, his hollow eyes empty but filled with an eerie presence. The villagers set their offerings before the idol, fruits, meats, and flowers, but there was one offering that would be the most important. One that had been passed down through generations. A young woman stepped forward, her hands trembling but steady. She held in her palms a small, hand-carved figurine, a symbol of a heart. It was delicate and beautiful, despite the fact that it was meant for the god of death. She had spent months carving it with great care, a piece of herself carved into every line and curve. She could feel her heart pounding in her chest as she approached the altar, the weight of the ritual heavy on her shoulders. This was not just an offering. It was a surrender. A surrender to the god of death who would one day claim them all. With a steady breath, she placed the figurine on the altar. The moment it touched the stone, the air seemed to shift. The wind howled, a sudden gust that carried the scent of earth and rot. It was as though Apuk himself had taken notice, his presence now more palpable, like a shadow that clung to the very air around them. The villagers held their breath, their eyes never leaving the altar, as if afraid to look away, afraid that they might miss the moment of their fates being sealed. Then, there was a noise. A low, rumbling sound that echoed through the jungle like thunder. It came from deep within the temple, from the very bowels of the earth. The ground beneath their feet vibrated, and the walls of the temple groaned, as though alive. A chill swept through the air, and for a brief moment, the villagers could see something they had only heard of in stories, Apuk himself. He appeared at the edge of the altar, his form a nightmare made flesh. A skeletal figure draped in tattered robes, his face a macabre display of grinning skulls, each one a reminder of the inevitable fate that awaited them all. His eyes were hollow, voids of darkness, and his presence seemed to fill every corner of the temple, every inch of the air they breathed. The woman's heart raced. She could feel the weight of his gaze, the heavy pull of the afterlife that threatened to consume her. But she did not flinch. She had made her offering. She had given everything, and in return, she expected nothing but a reminder that death was a part of life, something they all must face when the time was right. Apuk's skeletal fingers twitched, his empty gaze flicking to the offering. His grin widened, a grotesque display that sent a chill through the villagers. The wind died down, and the jungle fell silent once more. For a long moment, nothing moved. And then, slowly, the god of death lifted one bony hand, beckoning them forward. The leader of the villagers stepped forward first, his eyes locked on Apuk's skeletal form. He bowed low, his forehead brushing the ground in respect. Then, one by one, the villagers followed, each bowing in turn, each offering their silent prayers, their hearts full of reverence and fear. They knew that their offerings had been accepted, that Apuk had heard their plea, and that one day, when their time came, they would be allowed to pass through the underworld with dignity. The god of death had claimed his due. And as they left the temple, the jungle seemed to exhale with them, as though the weight of the moment had been lifted from their shoulders. But in the distance, they could hear the faint sound of drums. The echo of Apuk's call, reminding them that death was never far away, always waiting, always watching. And though they had offered their respect, they knew that one day, the god would come for them all. The jungle would be their resting place, the wind their guide, and Apuk, the fearsome lord of death, would be the one to lead them into the shadowed halls of the afterlife. The wind howled through the prairie, sweeping across the golden grasses and sending ripples through the tall stalks like a silent sea. In the distance, the sun hung low, its golden rays casting long shadows across the earth. A solitary figure stood atop a hill, staring out at the endless expanse, the horizon stretching out like a promise of something beyond. In the heart of the figure, there was a sense of quiet certainty. For this was a man who understood that life was not just a fleeting moment, but a cycle, a vast, eternal dance of harmony and balance. He had spent years of his life listening to the whispers of the wind, the rustling of the trees, and the songs of the birds. He knew that everything had its place, that every life, every being, had a role to play in the great web of existence. His name was Wiaka, which meant feather, and his people had long followed the ways of the earth, the sky, and the spirits that dwelled beyond the veil. Today, as the sun began to dip lower in the sky, Wiaka had come to honor the spirits, those who had passed before him and those who would one day walk the earth again. He knelt down on the grass, his hands trembling slightly as he touched the earth beneath him. It was not a sign of weakness, but of reverence. He was grounding himself, connecting to the very essence of life. Above him, the sky was painted in hues of pink and orange, the final light of day clinging to the land like a lover's touch. As he sat there in silence, the wind began to pick up, growing stronger, swirling around him like a living thing. It carried with it the scent of cedar and sage, the sacred plants that connected the living to the spirit world. In the distance, the sound of drums echoed softly, carried by the breeze, a heartbeat that pulsed through the land. Wiyaka's heart quickened as he listened. The drum spoke to him, calling him to remember. He could feel the presence of the spirits, their gentle whispers just beyond the horizon, waiting for him to listen. The time had come for the ritual, a sacred ceremony that would honor the spirits of his ancestors. He stood up, wiping the grass from his knees, and began walking toward the center of the sacred circle. There, a small fire burned, its flames flickering in the growing darkness. The smoke curled upward, rising to the heavens, carrying with it the prayers and offerings of those who had come before him. Wiyaka raised his arms to the sky, his voice rising in prayer. He spoke the ancient words, the ones his grandfather had taught him, the ones that had been passed down from generation to generation. These words were not just sounds, they were the breath of life itself, a bridge between the worlds of the living and the dead. His voice wavered at first, unsure, but then grew stronger, more confident. With each word, he felt the spirits surrounding him, their presence growing clearer, their whispers louder. He could feel their eyes upon him, watching, waiting. And then, as his prayer reached its peak, something strange happened. The air grew still, the wind falling silent. The flames of the fire flickered, casting long, dancing shadows across the earth. And then, from the shadows, a figure appeared. Wiyaka's heart stopped in his chest. For a moment, he thought it was an illusion, a trick of the light. But no, there in front of him stood a figure, a spirit, dressed in the robes of the elders, his face glowing with an ethereal light. The spirit's eyes were kind, filled with ancient wisdom, and yet they held the weight of sorrow, as though he had seen too much, known too much. Wiyaka fell to his knees, his breath caught in his throat. "Grandfather," he whispered, his voice barely a breath. The spirit nodded, the faintest of smiles crossing his face. "Wiyaka," he said, his voice like the rustling of leaves, soft and distant. "It is time." Wiyaka's heart pounded. He had heard stories of the ancestors who returned in dreams and visions, but he never imagined he would stand face to face with one of them. He tried to speak, but the words caught in his throat. The spirit held up a hand, and in that moment, Wiyaka knew what had to be done. His grandfather's spirit walked forward, the air around him shimmering like a mirage. He knelt beside Wiyaka, placing a hand on his shoulder. "You are not alone," he whispered. "We are all connected, through the cycles of life and death, through the great wheel that turns without end." The spirit's words echoed in Wiyaka's mind, filling him with a sense of peace that he had never known before. Wakantanka, his grandfather continued, using the sacred name of the Great Spirit, is the force that binds all things together. We are but one part of the great web. Every life, every spirit, is a thread in this tapestry, and when one thread is severed, the others feel its loss. Wiyaka's eyes filled with tears as the weight of his grandfather's words settled in his heart. He had always known that life was connected, but now, standing face to face with the spirit, he could feel it. He could feel the lives of his ancestors flowing through him, their wisdom, their love, their sacrifices. The spirit stood, his form beginning to fade, the light around him dimming as if he were being pulled back into the earth. "Remember, Wiyaka," he said, his voice now a whisper on the wind. "You are part of something greater than yourself. The harmony of life and death, the cycles of nature, they are all one. We come from the earth, and to the earth we return. But in that return, we find renewal. We find peace." With that, the spirit was gone, leaving only the faintest trace of his presence in the stillness of the air. Wiyaka remained kneeling, his heart full, his spirit lighter than it had ever been. The drums began to play again, their rhythm now steady and strong, and he knew that the spirits were with him, that they were watching over him. As the night grew darker, Wiyaka rose to his feet, his heart full of gratitude and understanding. The wind whispered around him, carrying the voices of his ancestors, reminding him that life and death were not separate, but part of the same endless cycle. And in that cycle, there was peace. The moon hung low over the ocean, its silver glow shimmering across the waves. The night air carried a faint hum, as though the earth itself whispered secrets too ancient to be spoken aloud. A lone figure stood at the edge of the shore, her feet sinking into the cool, wet sand. She had come to this place not to seek answers, but to face the questions that lingered in the silence. The sound of the water was soft, but in her heart there was a storm. She had heard the stories, the ones whispered by elders around fires, of a goddess who ruled the night. Her name was spoken with both reverence and fear, Hai-Nui-Te-Ipa, the keeper of shadows, the goddess who welcomed souls to the afterlife. It was said she wore the night as her cloak and her eyes burned like the last embers of a dying fire. A sudden gust of wind sent shivers down the woman's spine. She looked up and saw the sky darken as clouds rolled in. The stars began to vanish, swallowed by the creeping shadows. Her heart pounded. She had prayed for a sign, and now she wondered if she had asked for too much. Stories of Hai-Nui-Te-Ipa echoed in her ears. She had once been Haintaitama, the Maiden of Dawn, a child of light and beauty. But when she learned the truth, that her father, Tain, was also her husband, her soul cracked. Shame and sorrow drove her to flee to the underworld, where she transformed into the goddess of death. She became the guardian of the spirit world, the one who watched over the passage of souls. The woman's breathing quickened. She could almost see her, the goddess with hair as black as the night, her lips stained red from berries, her body shimmering with power. But it was her eyes, those burning eyes, that pierced the hearts of men. It was said no one who looked into them could lie, for they reflected the truth of the soul. The waves grew louder, crashing against the shore. The woman stepped closer, her bare feet sinking deeper into the sand. She carried an offering in her hands, a woven mat adorned with shells and feathers, tokens of life and beauty. She knelt, her hands trembling as she placed it on the ground. She whispered words carried down through generations, prayers for guidance, for forgiveness, for peace. Her voice broke, and tears fell, mixing with the salt of the ocean. She had come to ask the goddess to watch over her mother, who had left this world too soon. But now, standing here, she felt the weight of all the grief that had ever touched the earth. A flash of light split the sky, and thunder rumbled overhead. The woman gasped, stumbling back as the waves surged forward, almost touching her knees. The air grew heavy, thick with something unseen but deeply felt. Her heart pounded so hard it hurt. And then she saw her. Hai-Nui-Te-Ipa rose from the water like a shadow given form. Her hair flowed behind her, long and wild, and her eyes glowed faintly in the darkness. Her presence was both beautiful and terrifying, like the night itself, calm and still, yet filled with the promise of storms. The woman fell to her knees, tears streaming down her face. She could not speak, could not move. The goddess stepped closer, her bare feet leaving no trace in the sand. When she spoke, her voice was like the wind, low and haunting. "Why have you come?" The woman's breath caught. She felt the weight of the question settle on her chest. Her voice cracked as she spoke. "I seek your blessing for my mother's spirit." The goddess steadied her, her eyes burning softly. "Your mother's path is already written. It is not for you to change." The word struck like a blow, but the woman did not falter. "Then grant her peace," she pleaded. "Let her rest among the stars, free from sorrow." Hai-Nui-Te-Ipa tilted her head, her expression unreadable. "The living fear death," she said, "but the dead do not fear the living. Why do you grieve what cannot be undone?" The woman sobbed. "Because I still feel her. She lingers in my dreams, in the wind, in the rain. I cannot let her go." The goddess stepped closer, and the air seemed to hum with energy. She knelt beside the woman, her gaze softening. "You carry her love, but you also carry her pain. Release it, and she will be free." The woman looked up, her heart breaking. "How?" Hai-Nui-Te-Ipa reached out and touched her forehead. In that moment, the woman saw flashes of light and shadow, life and death woven together like strands of flax. She saw her mother's face, smiling through the tears, and she felt the warmth of her embrace one last time. And then it was gone. The woman gasped, her body trembling as the vision faded. The goddess stood, her presence fading like mist. Grief is not chains, she said, her voice now distant. It is the thread that binds the living to the dead. Hold it gently, and it will not bind you. The waves calmed, and the night grew quiet. The woman sat in the sand, her heart still aching, but lighter somehow. She looked out at the horizon and saw the faintest hint of dawn breaking through the darkness. Hainu-Iti-Ipa had returned to her realm, but her presence lingered in the air, in the earth, in the waves. The woman touched the sand where the goddess had stood, knowing she had been heard. She rose to her feet, her offering still resting on the shore, and whispered one final prayer. Then she turned and walked away, leaving footprints in the sand that the tide would soon wash away. But in her heart, the goddess's words remained, echoing like the rhythm of the waves, eternal, unbroken. The air was thick with heat, pressing against his skin like unseen hands. Sweat trickled down his temples, but he couldn't lift his arms to wipe it away. Chains bound his wrists, heavy and cold despite the suffocating heat. He tried to move, but the rattling sound echoed endlessly, swallowed by the darkness that surrounded him. A scream pierced through the void, sharp and raw. It wasn't his, but it felt like it could have been. The voice cracked, breaking apart into desperate sobs before fading into silence. He clenched his teeth, his heart pounding against his ribs. He didn't want to look, but something inside him forced his eyes open. The flames danced in the distance, their glow casting shadows that twisted and writhed. Shapes moved within them, faces twisted in agony, eyes wide with terror. They reached out, clawing at the air as if trying to escape, but the fire never let them go. He knew where he was. He had heard about it his entire life, stories told to keep children obedient, warnings carved into stone and whispered in prayers. This was the place of punishment, the abyss where sinners were cast down. Hell. His knees buckled, and he fell to the ground, the chains biting into his flesh. The fire seemed to draw closer, as if it could sense his fear. He tried to remember how he had ended up here, but his mind was a fog of memories, too scattered to piece together. A voice rose from the shadows, low and guttural. "Do you understand now?" He froze. The voice seemed to echo from every direction, pressing against his skull. "Do you understand what you've done?" He couldn't speak. The words caught in his throat, burning like ash. Footsteps echoed, slow and deliberate. A figure emerged from the flames, cloaked in black. Its face was hidden, but the voice was unmistakable. "You ignored the warnings," it said. "You thought the fire was only a story." He shook his head. "No. The figure raised a hand, and the chains tightened, pulling him to his knees. "You mocked the signs. You thought repentance could wait." He tried to look away, but the figure moved closer, its shadow stretching across the ground like creeping smoke. "There is no waiting here," it hissed. "There is only what you brought with you." He opened his mouth to plead, but the flames flared, cutting him off. He saw faces within the fire, faces he knew. They stared back at him, their mouths open in silent screams. His breath caught. "No, no, no." But the flames didn't waver. They licked at the edges of the darkness, their heat growing stronger. The figure stepped closer, and the shadows shifted. Its face was still hidden, but its voice grew colder. "You think this is the end," it said. "This is only the beginning." The chains pulled tighter, dragging him forward. He fought against them, but his strength was nothing. The fire was all he could see, all he could feel. And then, just before the flames reached him, the ground beneath him cracked. He fell, the heat vanishing as he plunged into darkness. He hit the ground hard, the air knocked from his lungs. When he opened his eyes, he was surrounded by stone. The walls stretched upward, vanishing into shadows. The chains were gone, but his wrists still throbbed. A sound echoed through the cavern, whispers that rose and fell like the wind. He turned, and his stomach dropped. Rows of figures knelt along the walls, their heads bowed. Chains hung from their necks, but they didn't move. Their faces were hidden beneath hoods, but he could hear their voices. Prayers. The words were faint, but he recognized them. They spoke of forgiveness, of mercy, of hope. He stumbled forward, his footsteps echoing in the silence. The whispers grew louder, swelling like a tide. He felt their weight pressing down on him, and for the first time, he understood. This wasn't just a prison. It was a place of reckoning. The shadows shifted, and another figure stepped forward, its face hidden behind a veil. Its voice was soft but steady. "Do you seek redemption?" His throat was dry, but he forced the words out. "Yes." The figure tilted its head. "Then you must let go of what brought you here." The chains reappeared, curling around his wrists. They didn't tighten this time. They waited. Tears burned his eyes. He thought of the lies, the greed, the anger that had stained his life. He thought of the moments he could never take back. The weight of it all bore down on him, heavier than the chains. The whispers filled the air again, rising higher and higher until they were all he could hear. And then the chains shattered. The weight vanished, and the whispers fell silent. The figure stepped back, fading into the shadows. The flames returned, but this time, they didn't burn. They glowed softly, lighting a path ahead. He stepped forward, his heart still racing, but lighter somehow. The fire no longer felt like a punishment. It felt like a test, a fire that burned away what he had been so he could find what he could still become. The candle flickered, casting shadows that crawled along the stone walls. The air was heavy, thick with a strange stillness that made the hair on her arms stand up. She gripped the wooden cross in her trembling hands, its edges digging into her palm. Somewhere in the darkness, footsteps echoed, slow, deliberate. She wasn't alone. A whisper brushed against her ear, but no one was there. Her breath hitched, and she turned sharply, the candlelight dancing wildly as she moved. She wanted to call out, to demand who, or what, was there, but her voice failed her. The footsteps stopped. Her pulse pounded in her ears. She forced herself to step forward, her knees shaking. The shadows seemed to shift as if they were alive, pulling closer, curling around her feet. She whispered a prayer under her breath, the words spilling out too fast, too desperate. Then she saw it. A figure stood at the end of the room, its shape barely visible in the dim light. It was tall, unnaturally so, with limbs too long and joints that bent in ways they shouldn't. Its eyes glowed faintly, cold and hollow, and its mouth curved into a smile that wasn't human. She froze. The creature tilted its head, and the shadows moved with it. It didn't speak, but she felt its voice in her mind, a low, guttural growl that sent shivers down her spine. "Do you know my name?" Her mouth was dry, but she forced the words out. "Satan." The word hung in the air, heavy and sharp. The creature's smile widened, and the candle sputtered as the shadows grew darker. "You think that name has power here," it said. The voice was everywhere, echoing through the room. It wasn't just one voice, it was many, layered and distorted, like 1,000 whispers speaking at once. She stumbled back, clutching the cross tighter. The creature stepped forward, its movements slow and deliberate, as if savoring the moment. "People have called me many names," it said. "Lucifer, Beelzebub, the Tempter. But those names are only shadows of what I am." The candlelight flickered, and for a moment, she saw the shapes behind it, dozens of figures, their faces twisted in agony, their eyes hollow. They reached out, their mouths open in silent screams. "Do you think they expected this?" the voice hissed. "Do you think they knew what waited for them?" Tears blurred her vision, but she didn't look away. "You tricked them," she said. The creature laughed, a sound that rattled the walls. "I didn't need to," it said. "They came willingly. They always do." Its eyes locked on hers, and she felt the weight of its gaze. "You know it too, don't you?" Her grip on the cross weakened. She wanted to look away, but she couldn't. "You felt the doubt," it said. "The anger. The fear." The shadows stretched closer, curling around her feet. "That's where it begins," the voice whispered. "One thought. One moment. And then it grows. Her knees gave out, and she fell to the floor, the cross slipping from her fingers. The creature crouched in front of her, its face inches from hers. "You've already opened the door," it said. "Now there's no closing it." She squeezed her eyes shut, the tears streaming down her face. "No," she whispered. But the creature's laughter filled the room, louder and sharper, until it was all she could hear. Then, suddenly, it stopped. The room fell silent. She opened her eyes, and the creature was gone. The candle had burned out, leaving her in total darkness. She scrambled to her feet, her breathing ragged. But as she reached for the cross, she felt something cold brush against her skin. A voice, barely a whisper, echoed in her ear. "This is only the beginning." The ground cracked open, and the air reeked of sulfur. Flames danced in the distance, their glow stretching long shadows that twisted unnaturally across the jagged rocks. A lone figure stood at the edge of the abyss, peering down into the spiraling depths. The cries of the damned echoed upward, hollow and endless. He clutched his staff tightly, his knuckles white, but his feet refused to step back. He had read of this place before, words written centuries ago by men who claimed to have glimpsed its horrors. Dante's Inferno had warned of it. A descent through 9 circles, each more terrible than the last. Lust, gluttony, greed, sins carved into the flesh of those who dared defy heaven. The man swallowed hard. Was it just poetry? Or had the writer truly seen this? A whisper rose from below. It was faint but sharp, like nails scraping across stone. He tried to convince himself it was only the wind, but the sound grew louder. He felt it snake through his thoughts, each word pressing against his mind like an unwanted hand. "You've come to look, haven't you?" His breath caught in his throat. The voice felt ancient, weighted with the power of 1,000 lies. "Do you think words can save you?" it asked. Dante wrote of fire, chains, and endless suffering. Milton spoke of rebellion, pride, and the fall of an angel. But none of them told you the truth. The man stepped back, but the ground crumbled beneath his feet, forcing him closer to the edge. "What truth?" he whispered. A laugh, low and mocking, rumbled through the pit. "That you will never leave." His heart pounded as memories of Milton's Paradise Lost came flooding back. The devil's voice, elegant, persuasive, dripping with venom, had echoed through the pages. Lucifer, once the brightest star, cast down into darkness, yet unbroken in spirit. The words burned in his mind. Better to reign in hell than serve in heaven. The figure in the shadows emerged, its eyes burning like coals. It was not monstrous as he had expected, but striking, with features too sharp and too perfect to be human. "Do I frighten you?" it asked, stepping closer. The man shook his head, though fear gripped him like a vice. "Good," it said, its voice calm. "You should not fear me. You should fear yourself." The words hit him like a blow. He remembered Milton's verses, the devil's speeches that made rebellion seem righteous, even heroic. Was it not pride that brought the angel down? Was it not desire that opened the gates of ruin? "You think me the villain," the creature continued. "But who gave me power? Was it not your kind? Your fears? Your weaknesses?" The man clenched his jaw. "And yet you still write of me," the voice taunted. "Dante's Inferno built a kingdom for me. Milton gave me words so sweet they turned angels into followers. They gave me beauty. They gave me pain. And now you stand here, trembling, because you see that their words were not enough." The flames roared higher, and the man shielded his eyes. He wanted to run, but his feet refused to move. "Tell me," the voice whispered, "if you could rewrite the story, would you make me the hero? Would you let me rise again?" The man didn't answer, but the question hung heavy in the air. He had read the stories, analyzed every word. Satan, the fallen angel, the tempter, the deceiver. Yet, in those pages, there had been something else. A tragic figure. One who fell not out of hatred but out of longing. Longing for freedom. For power. For something he could never reach. The voice softened, almost tender now. They feared my beauty, it said. They envied my light. So they cast me down and called me evil. But you understand, don't you? You see the cracks in their perfect heaven. The man swallowed, his throat dry. Then why do they fear you? He asked. The figure smiled. Because I show them what they are. The shadows surged, curling like smoke, and the man felt the heat licking at his skin. He thought of Dante's frozen lake where the devil stood trapped, wings beating but unable to escape. He thought of Milton's Satan, staring defiantly at heaven even in defeat. He thought of his own sins. The voice came closer now, wrapping around him like chains. You've already chosen, it said. Why else would you be here? He wanted to scream, but no sound came out. The heat grew unbearable, and the shadows pulled tighter. Write my name, the voice commanded. Write my story. The man fell to his knees, his fingers trembling as they reached for the notebook in his coat pocket. The pen felt heavier than it should have, but he didn't resist. The voice purred in his ear. That's it, it said. Make them remember me. And so he did. The screen flickered, and the darkened theater pulsed with uneasy silence. A lone figure appeared on the screen, standing at the edge of a shadowy river. The water rippled without wind, black as ink, and a faint glow outlined the silhouette of the ferryman. He extended his skeletal hand, demanding payment, his empty eyes locked on the trembling woman who clutched a single coin. A hush fell over the audience. Somewhere in the room, a nervous cough broke the stillness. The scene shifted, and the screen erupted with the sound of roaring fire. Demons writhed in the flames, their twisted bodies clawing at unseen walls. A scream echoed, sharp and desperate, and the camera pulled back to reveal a vast cavern where souls wandered aimlessly. The man in the front row gripped his seat tighter, sweat beading on his forehead. He had seen this place before, not in life, but in nightmares. It was too real, too visceral. The flicker of flames seemed to warm the theater as if the fire could leap through the screen and devour them all. The underworld had always lingered in human imagination, but now it had faces, voices, and walls that pulsed with dread. It was not just a place in ancient stories, it had crept into movies, games, and books, making its presence impossible to escape. The screen shifted again. A blood-red moon hung low in the sky as an armored warrior descended into a cavern filled with bones. He wielded a glowing blade, its edge sharp enough to slice through shadow. The monsters that rose from the ground had no eyes, only mouths filled with jagged teeth. The warrior swung, and the creatures fell, but their screams lingered long after their bodies disintegrated. In the game world, the underworld wasn't just a prison for souls, it was a battlefield. Players fought their way through endless layers of horror, facing creatures that whispered lies and temptations. The controller in the boy's hands vibrated, pulling him deeper into the chaos. Each step took him closer to the final boss, a figure wrapped in chains, its face hidden behind a mask of gold. The boy's heart raced. He didn't know what lay beyond the door at the end of the tunnel, but the music had shifted, growing darker, slower. He could feel it coming, a final confrontation with something ancient and angry. Another click echoed as the screen returned to the silver-haired man kneeling before a grave. His voice trembled as he recited the words carved into the stone. May the gods have mercy on your soul. The camera panned out, revealing a broken city where spirits roamed the streets, their faces blank and hollow. The man buried his head in his hands. The line between the living and the dead had vanished. The underworld had spilled into reality, and the people were left wandering, searching for a way to close the door. In another scene, a detective followed a trail of blood through a ruined church. His flashlight flickered as shadows twisted along the walls. The deeper he went, the colder the air grew, and the whispers began. They came from everywhere and nowhere, voices calling his name. He tried to ignore them, but his steps slowed, and his breath quickened. The whispers grew louder, forming words now, pleas for help, cries for mercy. He stopped in front of a cracked mirror. For a moment, he saw his reflection, but then the glass rippled, and another face stared back. It was him, but not him. This version of himself had hollow eyes and lips stained black. He stumbled back, but the reflection moved closer, pressing its hands against the glass. "You can't run," it said. "Not from this place." The man dropped his flashlight, and the screen cut to black. The audience stirred. They had seen glimpses of this place before, and stories passed down through generations. But now, the underworld felt closer. It was no longer confined to the ancient myths of Hades, Hell, or Osiris. It had adapted, grown sharper, and found its way into modern nightmares. In the corner of the room, a woman clutched her necklace, her lips silently mouthing a prayer. She knew these weren't just stories. The underworld wasn't a distant idea, it was a reflection of fear, death, punishment, and the unknown. On the screen, the ferryman returned, his bony hand outstretched. The woman on the riverbank hesitated, but the whispers grew louder, and she stepped onto the boat. The water rippled, and the scene faded into darkness. A chill ran through the room. Somewhere outside, a wind howled, but no one dared move. The mirror was cracked, its jagged lines splitting her reflection into fragments. She stared at it, unable to look away, as if somewhere within the broken shards, an answer waited. Her heartbeat echoed in her ears, slow, heavy, and deliberate, like a drum pulling her toward something unseen. The room felt smaller, the walls pressing in. It wasn't fear that held her there. It was something else. Something older. A shadow flickered across the glass. It wasn't her. It couldn't be. The shape was too dark, too hollow, and yet it felt familiar. She leaned closer, her breath fogging the surface. The figure in the mirror didn't move. It only stared, unblinking. A voice, low and guttural, seemed to crawl through her mind. "Do you know me?" Her breath caught. The voice wasn't coming from the room. It was coming from inside her. She stepped back, her chest tightening. The reflection followed her, tilting its head as if amused by her fear. Tears welled in her eyes, but she refused to look away. She knew that face. It was the shadow she had seen in her dreams, the same one that whispered to her when she was alone. It had been there when her grandmother died. It had been there at the funeral, standing just beyond the casket, watching. The voice spoke again, softer this time. "You've carried me for a long time." Her knees buckled, and she dropped to the floor, her hands trembling. Memories flooded her mind, graves, candles, prayers whispered into the night. She thought she had buried these things, locked them away where they couldn't touch her. But the shadow had followed, waiting in the corners of her thoughts, hiding beneath her skin. She wanted to scream, to banish it, but a deeper part of her knew the truth. It wasn't a monster. It was her. The archetypes had names. Carl Jung had called them symbols of the unconscious, shadows, guardians, and tricksters. They lived in dreams and stories, always circling the edges of the mind. But standing there, face to face with her reflection, it felt less like theory and more like reality. She gripped the edge of the sink and forced herself to breathe. "What do you want?" she whispered. The reflection leaned closer, lips curling into a smile. "To remind you." The room grew colder. She could almost see her breath, and the light bulb above her flickered. She closed her eyes, but the voice didn't stop. "Do you remember the river?" The memory hit her like a wave. She was 6 years old, standing at the edge of the water, watching the leaves drift downstream. Her grandfather had stood beside her, holding her hand. "This is where life begins and ends," he had said. She hadn't understood it then. She had laughed and thrown pebbles into the water. But now, the words echoed with weight. The reflection shifted, and she opened her eyes again. The shadow was gone. It was just her now, but the feeling lingered. Death had always been a door, not an end. That's what her grandfather had told her before he died. And now, standing alone in the dim light, she felt the truth of it. The door wasn't locked. It was always there, waiting. She turned the faucet on and splashed cold water onto her face. The room steadied, but her thoughts didn't. The shadow might have vanished, but it hadn't left. It never would. It was the part of her that craved answers, the part that searched for meaning in loss and silence. It was grief, but it was also hope. She looked into the mirror one last time and saw something new. It wasn't fear anymore. It was understanding. The shadow wasn't her enemy. It was her guide. The wind outside rattled the windows, and she stepped back from the sink. The reflection stayed still this time, but her heart didn't. It kept pounding, steady and alive. The voice lingered in her thoughts as she turned off the light and walked away. "Do you know me?" And for the first time, she did. The first time he saw her face, she was standing at the edge of the firelight. Silent. Watching. Her eyes glowed like embers, reflecting the flickering flames. He wanted to call out, but his voice refused to come. The earth smelled of ash and damp soil, and the drums pounded in the distance. Shadows danced along the cave walls, twisting and writhing like living things. The air was thick, heavy with smoke and prayers. He gripped the small carved figure in his hand, its edges worn smooth from years of handling. It was his only protection. Her voice came soft, like the rustling of leaves. "Do you know why you're here?" He didn't answer. He couldn't. The elders had warned him about this place, the border between life and death. They had told him about the spirits that lingered, waiting to guide the lost or drag them away. He had thought their stories were just that, stories. But now, staring into her burning eyes, he knew better. She stepped closer, her feet leaving no trace in the dirt. "You've come looking for answers." He clutched the figurine tighter, his pulse quickening. "There is no need to be afraid," she said, and her voice wrapped around him like smoke. "The fire remembers." She knelt by the flames and stretched her hands toward the heat. Sparks danced around her fingertips. "Long before you were born, your people stood here, asking the same questions." The drums grew louder, vibrating in his chest. "They saw the world beyond this one," she continued, her voice barely above a whisper. "Not with their eyes, but with their hearts." He swallowed hard. What did they see? Her eyes flicked toward him, and for the first time, he felt the weight of her gaze. It wasn't anger. It wasn't pity. It was something older, something that made his bones ache. "They saw the river," she said. "The one that carries souls to the other side." His breath hitched. He had heard the stories, the river of stars, the endless night, the voices that called from the water. But those were myths, tales to keep children in line. She must have seen his doubt because she smiled, a slow, knowing smile. "You think it's a story," she said. "But tell me, when your father died, did you feel him leave?" He flinched at the memory. The cold air, the stillness, the way his father's eyes had gone empty. "Yes," he whispered. "Then you know the truth," she said. "There's more." The fire popped, sending sparks spiraling into the darkness. She picked up a handful of ash and let it sift through her fingers. "They used to bury their dead with coins, food, and weapons," she said. "They believed the soul needed them for the journey." He nodded. His grandmother had done the same. But before that, she continued, they burned their dead, releasing the spirit with the smoke. Her fingers traced patterns in the dirt, spirals and circles that made his head spin. They built tombs to keep the dead close. They feared their anger. They feared being forgotten. His throat felt dry. And now? Her hand stilled. Now, they fear nothing. The drum stopped, leaving only silence. She stood and looked at him, her expression unreadable. "You think the world has changed," she said. "That you've moved beyond these rituals." He wanted to protest, but he couldn't. "Even now," she said, "you bury your dead in boxes, dress them in their finest clothes. You speak of heaven and hell, of paradise and torment. You light candles, whisper prayers, and scatter ashes into the wind." He felt his heart pounding. "Why do you do it?" she asked. He opened his mouth but had no answer. Because you know, she said, stepping closer. You know that something waits. The fire flared, bathing her in gold. Some call it a garden, she said. Others, a city of light. Her voice grew softer. And some, she said, see only darkness. He swallowed. What do you see? She tilted her head, and for the first time, he saw sadness in her eyes. I see the river, she said. And I see the ones who have crossed it. The flame snapped and hissed. The river never stops flowing, she said. It has no end. His knees felt weak. You don't have to be afraid, she said. But he was. He was afraid of what he couldn't see, of what waited on the other side. She reached out her hand, and against his better judgment, he took it. Her skin was warm, pulsing with life. The dead are never far, she said. They watch. They listen. The fire dimmed, and the shadows stretched long and thin. They remember us, she said. Even when we forget them. His fingers tightened around hers. They wait for us, she said, her voice barely audible. And when the time comes, they'll take us home. The fire burned lower, and the cold crept in. But he didn't let go. Not yet. The bones were arranged in perfect circles, their shapes frozen in the earth like whispers from another time. Candles flickered along the edge of the excavation site, casting shadows that seemed to move on their own. The air was thick with dust, and the scent of damp soil clung to every breath. No one spoke. A single skull sat at the center of the pit, its hollow eyes staring upward. Red ochre stained its surface, smeared like blood across the stone. The archaeologist knelt beside it, her fingers trembling as she brushed away the last traces of dirt. Beneath the layers of earth, she found beads carved from bone and shards of pottery filled with ashes. She felt a chill run through her, but it wasn't from the cold. It was the feeling that someone was watching. The graves told stories without words. Some bodies were curled like sleeping children, wrapped in layers of cloth and fur. Others lay stretched out, weapons placed beside them as though ready for battle. But the one that drew her attention was different. It had been buried face down. Her pulse quickened as she traced the outline of the skeleton. The wrists were bound. The jaw was broken. She stepped back, her mind racing. Was this fear? Punishment? A desperate attempt to keep something, or someone, from rising again? A wind swept through the site, carrying the sound of footsteps. She turned quickly, but no one was there. Only the empty night and the distant hum of the generator. She exhaled and forced herself to focus. They had found hundreds of graves before, but this one felt wrong. The carvings on the nearby stones were unlike anything she had seen, spirals and jagged lines that seemed to pulse under the light. She brushed her fingers over them and froze. The grooves were stained dark, as if something had seeped into the rock. She whispered a prayer under her breath. She didn't even know why. The site was ancient, thousands of years old, and yet the bones told stories that felt eerily familiar. The beads, the markings, the tools, they weren't just symbols of grief. They were offerings. Gifts for the dead. But what kind of gifts required blood? Her assistant called out to her, voice shaking. You need to see this. She crossed the pit carefully, her boots sinking into the soft dirt. He stood over another grave, this one smaller. The skeleton was wrapped tightly in reeds, the skull missing. Beside it, a dagger lay buried in the ground, its blade rusted but sharp enough to make her uneasy. The assistant wiped sweat from his brow. It's not the first one, he said. There are more. She didn't want to believe it, but the evidence was clear. Some of these burials weren't peaceful. They were violent. Ritualistic. She knelt and picked up the dagger. Its handle was carved with symbols, snakes, suns, and what looked like flames. She turned it over and felt the weight of it in her hands. It wasn't meant for hunting. It was meant for sacrifice. Her thoughts spiraled. Had they killed to appease something? A god? A spirit? Or had they feared the dead themselves? She stood and looked out over the field of graves. Torches lined the perimeter, their flames swaying in the wind. For a moment, it felt like the past and present were bleeding together, like the rituals had never stopped. The archaeologist's heart pounded as she turned back to the pit. The skull at the center seemed different now, its hollow eyes darker, deeper. She couldn't shake the feeling that it was watching. She dropped the dagger and stepped away, her breath catching in her throat. Behind her, the assistant muttered something under his breath. She turned to him, but he wouldn't meet her gaze. "They say," he whispered, "that the dead don't rest here." Her skin prickled. She wanted to tell him it was nonsense, but the grave said otherwise. She looked back at the skull and tried to silence the voice in her head, the one that whispered stories of curses and spirits trapped in the earth. She forced herself to think logically. The bones, the tools, the markings, they were evidence of ritual, not magic. But doubt lingered, heavy as the dirt beneath her feet. She crouched again, carefully placing the skull back into its resting place. But as she covered it with soil, a shiver ran down her spine. Because for the first time, she wasn't sure if she was burying the past or waking it. The ground trembled beneath his feet. It wasn't loud, but it was enough to make the torches along the narrow stone walls flicker. The air was damp, heavy with the scent of soil and ash. He could hear his own breathing, shallow and quick, as he stepped closer to the massive doors ahead. They towered above him, carved with faces twisted in anguish, mouths open in silent screams. Chains wrapped around the handles, rusted but unbroken. He hesitated, his fingers trembling as they brushed against the cold metal. He had been warned not to enter. But the voices called him. He pushed the doors open, and a low groan echoed through the chamber beyond. Shadows stretched and twisted across the walls, and the floor seemed to move, writhing like living flesh beneath his boots. Rows of figures lined the hall. Some stood frozen in poses of defiance, their stone eyes staring upward as if begging for mercy. Others knelt, heads bowed, arms outstretched. The sculptures were so lifelike that he swore he could hear their whispers. At the center of the chamber was a pool of black water. It was still, so perfectly smooth that it seemed like glass. But he felt it pulse, as if it had a heartbeat of its own. A figure emerged from the shadows behind the pool. Its eyes glowed faintly, golden and sharp. It wore a robe that seemed stitched together from darkness itself. The man's pulse quickened, but he didn't back away. "You seek answers," the figure said, its voice low and hollow. "But answers have a cost." The man swallowed hard. "I'll pay it." The figure gestured to the pool, and the water rippled. Shapes began to form within its depths, images that made his blood run cold. He saw faces he recognized. People he had wronged. Betrayals he had tried to forget. Lies he had buried deep. "They are waiting," the figure said. "They always wait." His knees weakened as the images shifted. He saw himself, older, broken, reaching for something he could never grasp. And then he saw fire, walls of flame rising higher and higher, trapping him in a cage he couldn't escape. "Justice is not blind," the figure continued. "It sees what you hide. It weighs every choice, every action, every word." Tears burned in his eyes, but he couldn't look away. The pool began to churn, and he saw another vision, a child, standing alone in the dark. It was his son. The boy reached out, calling his name, but the man couldn't move. He screamed, but no sound came out. The figure's voice pierced through his panic. "Redemption is offered to those who face themselves. Will you?" The man fell to his knees. The weight of guilt crushed him, but in that moment, something shifted. The pool calmed, and the flames receded. He saw the child again, but this time, the boy wasn't alone. The man's own shadow stood beside him, broken chains falling from his wrists. The figure's eyes dimmed as it stepped back into the shadows. Justice balances the scales. Redemption bends them. The doors creaked shut behind him, and the chamber vanished. he found himself standing outside, the earth solid beneath his feet. But his hands still trembled, and the echoes of the voices lingered. As he walked away, he couldn't help but glance back. The doors were gone, but the marks on his soul remained. The candle's flame danced wildly as if it knew something he didn't. It cast long, trembling shadows across the stone walls, and the air felt colder than it should have. He could hear faint whispers, not words but echoes, like voices calling from behind a locked door. The scent of earth and fire lingered, stirring memories he had tried to forget. He traced his fingers along the carvings on the altar. They were ancient symbols, eyes, serpents, and spirals that seemed to move if he looked too long. He wasn't sure what drew him here, but the pull was undeniable, like strings tied to his chest, tugging him closer to something unseen. The ground rumbled, soft at first, then harder. Dust fell from the ceiling. The whispers grew louder. His heart pounded as the altar shifted. Beneath it, the stone cracked open, revealing steps that spiraled down into darkness. He hesitated, his breath hitching in his throat. Then, as if guided by unseen hands, he descended. The air thickened with every step, pressing against his skin. The deeper he went, the louder the whispers grew until they formed words, his name, spoken over and over. He reached the bottom and stepped into a cavern so vast he couldn't see the end of it. The walls pulsed faintly, like veins carrying blood. Figures moved in the shadows, their eyes glowing faintly. Some were familiar, faces he had loved, faces he had wronged. Others were strangers, but he felt their grief as if it were his own. He wanted to run, but something held him there, rooting him to the ground. A woman stepped forward, her face pale and hollow, her eyes filled with something ancient and endless. She spoke without moving her lips. "Do you know why you're here?" He didn't answer. She raised her hand, and the shadows parted. Scenes played out before him, lives lived and lost, loves found and destroyed, wars fought and forgotten. He saw kings begging for forgiveness and thieves weeping for mercy. He saw mothers searching for lost children and lovers clinging to each other even as the ground swallowed them whole. "Every soul carries its weight," she said. "And every weight must be measured." He fell to his knees, the images burning into his mind. He saw his own life laid bare, the lies, the betrayals, the moments of cruelty he had convinced himself were justified. But he also saw love, sacrifice, and moments where his hands had lifted instead of destroyed. Tears streamed down his face. The woman knelt beside him and touched his shoulder. Her touch was cold but gentle, like the first breath of winter. "Balance," she said. "That is the law." He looked up, and for the first time, he saw light breaking through the shadows. The cavern trembled, and the figures began to fade, their whispers softening until they became nothing more than echoes. When he climbed the steps back to the surface, the world felt different. The sky seemed darker, the earth heavier, but his heart was lighter. The carvings on the altar no longer shifted under his gaze. They were still now, as if they had found peace. But the whispers lingered in the back of his mind, a reminder that the doors he had opened could never truly be closed.